All right. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch. Um, Sorry I'm late. Chrome decided it wanted to freeze right as I was loading the stream. So that was fun. So welcome back, Static. Hopefully that's the last of the technical difficulties. Court's back in session. We're a few minutes behind now, but I'm guessing the prosecution has at least one more witness. I'm guessing they have two and they rest. That's my guess. She's going to put a full record, though, of what went on in the Sally Port, looking at the murder weapon. So let's jump into it.
Steno machine and make or take a contemporaneous record of the little bit that was said while we were there. I
Have
can
fun
state
with your
for the
daughter.
record, and I also had Madam Clerk take some minutes. The court arrived at 11:44. The state arrived. The defendant arrived shortly
Also,
thereafter.
he did go.
The parties were each given an opportunity to do a walk around before the jury came in. The defendant did that. And then I walked around as well with my clerk. And then we all were positioned in various locations within the garage. The belly chains and handcuffs were removed from Mr. Brooks. He did not have leg restraints on that I could see. And so when the jury was brought in, he was not in any of that. And then I instructed the jurors at that point, our civilian bailiff, Michael, was in the lead. I said, please come in, walk around the vehicle one time slowly with the jurors, and then exit. That is what they did. Two videos
I'm
were
sure
made.
they need to put
One
a
was prior to
witness
anyone
on the
being in
stand
there. It was just the sheriff's
to
department personnel, I should say, prior to the parties being in there.
admit.
And they took a video of the
I don't know
garage
that they'll
and
admit
then
it
a
as
walk
an exhibit
around
since
the
the jury
vehicle
can't
that was
have
provided
Ford
to me at the
in the jury
conclusion.
room.
It was on a large type drive. And then I provided that to Mike Nyman and Zach Tremaine, who then provided that to the media. And then the second part where we all were in there and the jury came through, that was also captured on video. All of that was put on a flash drive and will be marked as Court's Exhibit 1.
So that'll be the exhibit.
Along with the docket entries Madam Clerk will make. And then, of course, if need be, if a transcript is ever needed, I did document a few things as we went through that process. So that there's that contemporaneous record as well. Any party feel the need to add to the record I've just made from the state?
He objects.
From you, sir?
Not to that, no.
Oh, wow.
Okay, thank you then. All right, then I know the jury is ready to be brought back out. I believe the state has additional witnesses.
We do, Your Honor, and I have another large
If the
poster
state
board that I'd like to
rests
show at the next
in
witness.
time,
So I don't know if you'd
is
like
he
us to
ready
pick up
for
on
his
the witness
opening?
stand now before they come out, or
Do we need the easel for that?
yeah, we'll need the easel too.
All right, since there's no jury out, you can put that on the witness stand now.
Thank you.
Maybe put it facing backwards, and then that will be there for the next witness. All right, and then anything from you, sir?
In regards to this,
Any other preliminary matters that you are
Subject
asking the
matter
court to address?
jurisdiction.
were my filings actually filed?
You're talking about from this morning?
Yes.
Have they been scanned in so that you can get the originals back? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I will ask Madam Clerk if that has happened.
They have.
All right, it has. Let me see. I think in our papers that we have been keeping, there might have been another filing from you. So whatever we have, they've all been entered into the record, and you're getting back as a courtesy.
As a
those
courtesy,
filings.
meaning she doesn't have to give him other filings. This is as a courtesy. It's not required.
There were two that I gave him.
He doesn't understand that.
Right away, and
He
then-
doesn't
Okay.
comprehend it
These are the
either.
two I was still holding.
There was two other ones. So I have one from October 5, one from October 13, and then one from October 19. These, just so we're clear, sir, I'm providing these as a courtesy back to you because the clerk's office policy is once they're scanned in, they are destroyed because then what's in the electronic file is what's kept. They do not have the docket entries though, because you requested the originals back. So I'll provide those to you. Okay, then with that, we'll have the jurors brought out.
All right, buckle up.
Subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor.
I had a
The
feeling.
court's declining to address that
As soon
further.
as she says
I
the
stand by my
jury
written decision
come
that was
out.
entered last week.
Subject matter
So we
jurisdiction.
won't be proving it for the record.
I stand by my written decision that was entered last week, sir.
Judicial determination.
It is a judicial determination.
Everything she does is a judicial determination. Got to start arguing again as soon as the jury walks in.
All right, for the jury.
Time to start yapping. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I thought he'd be complaining about something in front of the jury. There's still time, though.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Justin Rowe.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
He looks like
First
a
thing I will
detective
ask
to
you
me.
to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Justin, Justin, Rowe, Rowe.
Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective, how are you currently employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
As a
Can you,
detective,
briefly describe for the jury your experience in law enforcement.
From 2003 to 2009, I was a security police officer with the United States Air Force.
ooh,
And from 2009
MP.
to present, I've been a member of the Waukesha Police Department.
And your current rank is that of detective.
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 23, 2021. Were you on duty that day, sir?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what your assignment was that day?
I was tasked with going to the Maple Avenue and Northwest Avenue area
ooh.
neighborhoods to search for items that may have been discarded by Darrell Brooks.
Objection.
And were you alone in that task?
No, I was accompanied by a whole team of other detectives and investigators.
A canvas team.
Before you traveled to the neighborhood, did you have a plan of action?
We did. We planned to begin at 338 Maple Avenue, which is where the vehicle was left prior to Darrell Brooks fleeing the scene south. So we had begun at that location and began to canvass our way south.
I love it. Get his name in there every time.
Were you present when any items were discovered that were relevant?
Yes, I was.
And just very briefly describe what those items were, sir.
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Specialist Spackowitz and I.
He's
were
consistent in his
walking in the parking lot of
inconsistency.
322 Maple Avenue, which is a large apartment complex. And we came across a right-footed sandal, a blue sandal,
A right-footed
up against
sandal.
a fence area that separates the Dunbar neighborhood or street homes from the Maple Avenue apartment complex.
Are you aware of any other items that were recovered during this effort on that same day of November 23, 2021?
Yes, a short distance from that sandal, some other investigators did locate a sweatshirt and a left-footed blue sandal.
That's police report
Now, in addition
language.
to looking for
Some other
items,
cops did
you and
locate
other detectives
instead of some other
to obtain
Cops
video
located.
from homeowners and businesses in
It's
the
that
area?
affirmative language. Did locate
Overruled, it's foundational,
instead of
the witness may
located.
answer.
Yes, we did.
It's not plain
And
English.
you
It's cop
recall
speak.
obtaining a video from the school district?
Yes, we did.
And do you
Hey,
recall
that
what
video's in
building or
evidence.
buildings from the school district?
They laid a
video
foundation
was
for that
recovered
evidence.
from?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the
And
witness
now
may answer.
that it's been admitted
It's
by
a,
the
building
person
that's right on Maple
who
Avenue. It's,
took the
we refer to
video,
it as the school district
he can
of
testify
Waukesha.
about
It's
what's
their
in the
administrative
video.
building, also
Huzzah!
known as the Lindholm Building.
And you obtained video from that location?
Yes, we did.
Did you also obtain video from homeowners on Dunbar?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, we did.
Specifically 435 Dunbar?
Correct.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, it's foundational. Sir, please wait until I rule on the objection. Thank you.
The objection was simultaneous to
And
the
how
answer.
about Central Street or Road?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review those videos that were collected?
I did.
And would
He's
did you,
playing the 6 life sentence
see anything of
plus.
significance to this
long game.
investigation in any of those videos?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an item that's been marked as exhibit number 131. Show
That's
it on
already
your
been
monitor
exhibit-
first. Okay, so let me know when it's up.
Admitted, I believe.
It's up.
All right, and we're going to just take it out of presentation. There we go. Okay.
What exhibit is it?
This is 131, Mr.
It's
Brooks.
not an exhibit. There's an X
What
in
do you
there.
know exhibit 131
No
to
Z.
contain, Detective Rowe?
This is a video that is taken from 425 Dunbar Avenue, which is the south side of Dunbar Avenue. And if you see on the near the upper left-hand corner, the northern intersection area, there is a red sort of blur near the bottom of a driveway right before the intersection.
I wonder what that
And
blur
going to
is.
be Darrell Brooks on that sidewalk, and he's going to cross the street.
Okay,
Hold on 1 minute. I'm just going to remind the jury, it's up for the jury to determine what the facts are, not what any witness's opinion may be. You will ultimately need to decide who is in that video. Go ahead.
and I should ask a broader question. The exhibit itself, the whole exhibit, does it contain, do you know what's in exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
Does it contain more than one video, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it. The witness may answer.
I believe this is one video of it itself.
Sure, but the exhibit contains multiple videos and
Correct.
Objection,
still
leading.
shots?
Yes.
Objection noted. I'll overrule it. It's foundational. Go ahead.
What are you looking at right now?
Brooks
sir?
doesn't understand
I'm
what
looking at the beginning
foundational
of the video
means.
of Dunbar Avenue.
Okay. Do you believe, well, strike that. I'm going to ask the assistant to play this video for you at your monitor, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
We're not
Before
seeing
you
it.
do that, for the record, how long of a clip is it?
I was just looking for that because we're now in a PowerPoint, Your Honor. I don't know that I can tell you exactly until we get to the end.
Looks like 9 minutes or something.
9 seconds and
Oh,
9.56 seconds, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So
He's
we'll play
only
this for
off
you,
by a
Detective
factor
Rowe.
of 60. 9 seconds, 9 minutes.
All right. Were you able to observe the video?
Yes.
And were you able to observe anything of significance to this investigation in the video?
objection. Secretary, let them.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it appears the defendant is crossing the street.
This exhibit, I'm sorry. Are you aware of the other videos and pictures contained in Exhibit 131?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer. Once again, please wait till I rule on the objections.
Do you believe all of the videos and pictures in Exhibit 131 are true and accurate based off of the videos that were obtained from the homeowners and businesses that you testified to previously?
Yes.
He looked at
Move
Brooks
to
challenging
admit
him to
131 and permission to publish, Your
object.
Honor.
before answering.
Objection. Directly to the video.
Your objection is noted. It
The
is
video's not
overruled. Exhibit
speculative.
131 in its entirety is received.
How can
And
the
did you
video
ask
be
for permission to publish?
speculative?
I did.
Go ahead.
That makes no sense. Oh, hey, look, video.
For the record, Your Honor, this is a PowerPoint. What's being displayed at the moment is slide number 1.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Is it on the jury box? Okay. All right, please play the video in slide 1.
I think that's him on foot
All right.
at the
video
end
is
of the
played
street.
Completely, Your Honor. I'm going to ask
Crossing,
to move
he
to
crossed
slide number
the
2.
street. And now
Go
they're
ahead.
showing
Do you
a
see what's
zoomed
shown on
in
slide number 2,
still.
Detective Rowe?
Yes.
Describe what we're seeing in slide 2.
Upper left-hand corner, you're going to see another still image of the original video. And then below that, you're going to see a zoomed in cropped image of the figure that would be crossing the street.
Okay. Have you seen this video on other occasions, sir?
Yes,
And obviously the zoomed in image is quite blurry.
absolutely.
Okay. When we played slide 1, were you able to make out any details about the person in slide 1 that was crossing the street?
Yes, it appeared the person had a red shirt.
So he'd already
All right,
ditched
let
the
me go to
hoodie.
slide number 3, please. And you testified about receiving video from the school building at 222 Maple Avenue, is that right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
What is shown on slide 3?
Slide 3 is a view towards the rear parking lot of the Lindholm building, or also known as the School District of Waukesha Administration Building.
And I'm going to request that we play the video in slide
And
number
once
3,
again,
Your Honor, in
This
its
is
entirety.
already in.
Do you happen
The
to know how many seconds?
Bill Gates looking
5.97.
witness.
Thank you. Go
who
ahead.
works for the school
Objection.
district laid the foundation to
You
admit
may
this
play.
video. Which he could do as the custodian of records for the school district.
Did it play? I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, we'll go to slide, next slide. Lost track. We're on 4 or 5. Slide number. Going to slide number 4. All right, so again, the camera.
Blurry
or
in the
strike that.
distance,
What are we
looking
seeing
at
on
the
slide
still.
4?
So again, we're seeing a still shot of the previous video we just viewed. And then there's a zoom in function below that where it shows a cropped out photograph of a figure.
Okay. And you've seen this video yourself in person, sir?
Yes,
What do you recall about what you were able to observe about the figure or subject walking there behind the school?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
the figure moves from
Leading
right
is
to
his
left
new favorite.
through the parking
He
lot.
realized
or
hearsay
north to
wasn't working
south
for him.
up until a fenced in, until it reaches the fence on the left side of the picture.
All right, next slide, please. Do you recognize the image in slide number 5?
Yes,
222 Maple is still the
Five.
school district administrative
Um,
building.
Please tell us what you recognize this area to be.
this is also the Lindholm building. This is a camera that is deeper into the parking lot, which means that it will be a closer view of the previous video.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we play this clip.
So
Your Honor,
he'll
for
be in the
record,
back
it's a total
corner
of
of this, I assume, as well.
20.81 seconds.
Go ahead.
Objection.
Your objection
What?
is noted.
What's your
Go ahead,
objection?
Mike.
What's the grounds? Grounds. Oh, hey, look, someone's running through the parking lot. It's almost like we can follow the path of this random person through security cameras.
Thank you. Please turn to the next slide. What do we see in slide number 6?
Oh,
Left-hand
hey.
corner is a still shot,
The still shot, you
video,
can see it's
and below that
red
is a
t-shirt.
screen capture of a figure.
It's still blurry,
in the
but
photo.
Okay.
I'd
Next slide, slide 7.
given what I know as a juror, I'd say, hey, that's Darrell Brooks.
So currently we're looking at a black screen, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what this video is going to show, sir?
Objection speculative. He's black.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It's
if
not
he's able.
speculative if
Yes,
he
it's
knows
another,
the
home security
foundation.
Camera at 126 Central Avenue.
All right. It's a total of 20 seconds, 20.09 seconds. And we will play in its entirety, Your Honor. And with sound on this one, yes, thank you.
Oh, hey, he's running up the driveway. This is a good video. I think this is from the guy with the Christmas lights.
Excuse me.
That's his voice.
All right, next slide, please. What do we see on this final slide, sir?
Upper left-hand corner is a still shot from the video, and the screen that's been cropped at the bottom is a image of the defendant.
All right. That completes Exhibit 131. Detective Rowe, based on these video clips that you obtained and the canvas that you and your team did in the neighborhood, were you able to put together a map basically tracking the travels
I
of
bet they
Darrell
could.
Brooks through the neighborhood that afternoon?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Leading.
Your objection is ridiculous and
The objections
overruled.
are noted, overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And I should include,
I bet we're
Do
going to
you
see
know
that map even.
do you know the location where Darrell Brooks was arrested?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Who cares?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Do you know where the clown at the defense
Yes, and
table
where he was arrested.
was
on Elizabeth
arrested?
Street.
Okay. And are you aware of reports to other officers as far as citizens that had contact with Mr. Brooks in the area of Elizabeth Street?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Leading.
Noted. The witness may answer.
Gag him.
Yes, I'm aware.
Shock
Alright.
him every time he
Behind you,
makes that
sir, is
objection.
a large poster board that's facing backwards. I'm going to ask you
I
to
bet it's
please
the map.
assist me by putting that face forward on the easel behind you.
I'm guessing the detective prepared these exhibits, and that's why it's a poster
Can you
board.
please tilt that so that the court and
Map.
Mr. Brooks can see as well?
Yes,
And
and we're also going to put up the
PowerPoint
digital copy,
for the
Your Honor. I just
videos.
wanted to.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll have him work off the digital copy, but Before you sit down, Detective.
Although I
Brewer,
could
in
be
the
wrong.
bottom right-hand corner of that poster board, there is a sticker. Do you see
It
that?
could be that they just want
Could you help
this
us by
map
telling us the exhibit number?
physically in the jury
sorry.
room.
That's okay. It's foundational. I'll allow the question to be asked. Go ahead and finish your question and answer.
What's the exhibit number, Detective Rowe?
130.
Okay.
Thank you.
Detective Rowe, do you believe that exhibit 130 is an accurate summary of
Objection,
the travels and the
speculation,
contacts by Mr. Brooks on the evening of November 21, 2021?
objection, name. If she
Overruled.
hadn't said his
Witness
name,
may answer.
he would have objected speculation, I'm
Uh,
sure.
Move to admit 130 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Did he mumble
I cut you off on a
relevancy
state
there?
basis, If you have.
Relevancy.
All right. The objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 130 is received. Permission to publish. An electronic copy is granted.
Thank you. All right. Detective Rowe, I know we're back out so we can see the whole map at this point. We will zoom in a moment, but the northern most event that's reflected on the map reads what?
Officer Skolton shoots at SUV at 4:39 p.m.
Okay. Do you
And
know
that's
that to
at the
be accurate based
intersection
on
of
your knowledge of this investigation?
Wisconsin and West Avenue.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And then there appears to be a red line from that point going south down the middle or right side of the map. Do you see where I'm referring to, sir?
Objection,
Yes, I do.
lady.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I
He
do.
doesn't
What
know
does
what
that red
foundational
line
means.
from the star where we noted Officer Skolton fired, the red line going south? What does that represent, sir?
The solid red line is the route taken by vehicle.
Okay. And where did it go? What roads?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Leading
Vehicle
would be,
travels south on
did it
Northwest
travel
Avenue,
south on
made a
Wisconsin
left-hand
and then
to go
turn?
east onto Prospect Court. Vehicle then drove behind some residences on Maple Avenue before coming to a rest in the driveway of 338 Maple.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to please zoom in on that upper right-hand quadrant of the exhibit, please. And specifically the area of.
She should
338
say
Maple, please.
exhibit so Brooks can understand.
Okay. So you said the vehicle traveled through the backyards off of Prospect Court, is that right?
Objection, accident, yes.
It wasn't
Please
asked.
wait until I rule on the objection. The objection is noted. It's overruled. Now you may answer.
Okay. Can you just, that's a touch screen in front of you, so just kind of point out the area that you're speaking of right now.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, using the touch screen, can you point out the path of the vehicle that you just were describing for us?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Objection, learn what leading is.
And when it came down West Avenue, right?
Yes,
And what road did it turn onto?
turned east onto Prospect Court.
And then when it turns off of Prospect Court, is that a road?
Yes.
Objection, lady.
I'm sorry, when it left Prospect, I'm sorry.
Sir, which question were you objecting to?
Last one.
About which way it turned? Or turning onto Prospect?
The way it was actually.
You know what? I don't even remember what it was, so I'll
It
sustain
wasn't
it and
asked.
ask the state to re-ask.
Okay, sure. At some point, did the vehicle leave Prospect Court?
Yes, it did.
When it did that, was it on a roadway?
No,
So the line you drew from south from Prospect Court represents what, sir?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
not.
Witness may answer.
backyards?
Leading
On
would
the
be,
far
is
right
that through
corner
a
of
backyard?
the map, do you see a blue dot in the same area we're talking about here?
Objection, lady.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Leading
does
would
that
be,
represent,
what's that
please?
blue dot over there?
The camera at Les Paul School.
And what's the address of Les Paul School,
Objection.
if you know, or the street?
Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I don't know the address, but it is right off Maple.
Okay. And you see just below that, there's a yellow dot with the name Wauwatosa Officer Sailors. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you've stopped drawing your line there, your yellow line over the red line. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And in that area, I noticed the line becomes dashed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer. Again, please wait till I rule on the.
I mean, she has to
Yes.
Thank you.
What's
give
the
enough
difference between the red solid
specificity
line and the dashed line, sir?
in order to ask a question.
The dashed line is the path that the defendant took on foot.
And do you see then, moving back to the left on the map, the two boxes in white depicting where the sandals were recovered?
So he ditched the hoodie and sandals pretty quickly.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection, sir?
Yes.
This is definitely
The
helpful
dashed
seeing
line
this
then
map.
moves, so there's two green X's, correct? You see where I'm referring to, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
And then the red dashed line moves to the left or west from the second green X, correct?
Yes.
What's going on at this point, sir?
This is a point where the defendant is traversing through yards towards the west.
Okay. And did we just see the video of him crossing the street there on Dunbar?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
It was pretty far away.
Please, or more to the back? Yep, there we go. Okay.
Clear the line, please, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Is the Lindum building on this map, sir?
Yes.
Could you point it out?
That's the school administration
Did we
building.
just see the two videos from those two cameras at the Lindum building in the last exhibit, 131?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything's
Keep
leading
going south on
today.
the map. What's the next event that's noted, sir?
Do you want, can we clear?
Yep, yes, clear. I'm sorry.
Thank
And
you.
maybe we can move further south on the map. Thank you.
So the first thing that I see is makes phone call at 4:47 p.m. Dominic Capron at 417 Central Avenue.
Okay, is that the location of Central Avenue, sir? I'm
Yes.
sorry, 417 Central Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Down in this area,
Yes,
the
yes.
dashed red
Are you
line,
aware of
has breaks
conversation
in
also reported
'cause
by
they don't
Sean
know
Backer at his
exactly
residence on
the
Central
path
Avenue?
he took between
His
certain
residence
points.
shown on the map, sir?
Yes.
Can you please circle these two conversations that you just identified for us?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may indicate on the map.
Okay. Now I see the dash line moving to the west again. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
What's happening in this area, please?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
This is the camera at 126 Central Avenue. Mr. Brooks is seen on camera moving to the west at 4:48 p.m.
Was that in exhibit 131 that we just showed the jury?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
Which video was that one? Do you remember?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Every question
It was the
is going to
last
be
video that we had
leading
watched
from
prior to
here
showing
out,
the map.
Okay.
including
Now at this point, the
During
dash
their
line
cross.
ends.
for
Is that
his
right?
case in chief.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Objection, speculative.
I'll allow the witness to.
It's not
give his opinion.
speculative. He'd know
We
why.
don't have any indication as to where or when Mr. Brooks crossed West Avenue to get to Elizabeth Street.
Basically, the question was, we're not speculating
Are you
here,
aware
are we?
that there was a report of contact between Mr. Brooks and a witness identified as Aaron Cordes?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I'm aware.
And is that area where that meeting occurred depicted on this map?
She's the
Yes, it
one
is.
whose
Where did that
husband
meeting
worked
occur?
at Aries
It
Industries.
happened just west of Northwest Avenue on Elizabeth Street.
And is Aries Industries shown on this map, sir?
Yes, it is.
Could you identify Aries Industries?
That's where we have video of him trying to enter the lobby, but it's closed.
Are you aware of video from that location showing person appearing to be Mr. Brooks approaching the front door lobby of the business?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that.
That's nice.
Noted, the witness may answer.
Speculative.
No, it's not speculative. There is video.
Okay. And then finally, the last red X on the bottom left corner there,
That's the location of the
what
sandwich.
does that depict, sir?
That depicts 553 Elizabeth Street, the location of arrest, which was at 5:14
And sandwich.
PM.
Don't forget the
And that was
pocket
residence of
sandwich.
Daniel Ryder. And Mr.
Never
Brooks
forget the
received
pocket
a phone
sandwich.
call at 5:03 to 5:05 PM.
Do you believe this map is an accurate documentation of the investigation, again, as to the travel of Darrell Brooks this evening, on the evening of November 21?
Objection name.
Objection, speculative, and I don't consent to being called that name.
Your objections are noted. Overruled, the witness may answer.
She didn't ask. Is that
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
his travel?
Do
It's,
you
is
believe
that
this map is an
What?
accurate summary of the
that's it?
travel and whereabouts of Darrell Brooks at various points on the evening of November 21?
You've already objected to
I
it.
don't consent to being called that name.
Who cares?
Objections are noted. They are overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
This
Any
should be
cross-exam for
fun.
this witness, sir?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Begin when you're ready.
So, Officer Rowe,
Detective Rowe.
repeatedly referring to the alleged defendant's name. How did you come into that information?
Based on the entirety of the investigation.
And when did you come into the knowledge of the alleged defendant's name?
It's
I don't
got to be a
remember.
pocket hoagie or something like.
When did your part of the investigation start?
After he drove.
And
the
once
SUV
again,
through
he's
the
not
parade,
an alleged
I was called at
defendant.
home
He
to come
is
in
the
and,
defendant.
help the departments with the investigation.
He's an alleged
Just so
killer
we're clear for
at
the
this
record.
point. An alleged murderer.
Is the jury asking
He
you questions?
is
or-
a defendant. He is a suspect.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
He's complaining that he's looking at the jury answering his questions.
Well, I was referring to when I ask a question, he turns towards the jury as if they're the ones asking the question.
Shut up.
That's not a question, Your Honor.
It is a question.
We did ask a
Shut
question about that.
Up.
Yes.
It's irrelevant.
I think you're asking, why does he do that? To that extent, the witness may answer.
It's irrelevant.
I'm here to present the case to the jury.
So
The jury is the decider of facts.
I follow
They-
that fundamentally.
Oh, you follow it fundamentally, do you?
But for the sake of making sure you hear the questions right, wouldn't it be fair to say that you should pay attention to the questions being answered?
He is.
Being asked.
And then he's turning to the jury to answer them. You clown. Stop arguing with him.
Wouldn't it make sense to focus on the questions so you can?
Stop arguing,
clear.
asshole.
Action argumentative still assumes the fact, not evidence.
Sustained.
He's got nothing. He's grasping at straws.
You made reference to you being here to present the case to the jury.
That's what testifying is.
So is that the reason why you decided to testify?
Objection to the relevance?
Grounds?
Overrule, the witness may answer.
He was
I don't understand
subpoenaed.
the
It's his
question.
job.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
I don't understand your question.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please. Or rephrase though,
He's telling
Previous
you it was a
question, the one
stupid
that was asked.
question.
just now.
What was not understood about the question that you were asked?
It was a
Objection,
stupid
argumentative.
question.
Grounds?
Sustained. As to the form of the question, please rephrase.
I wish the detective would have answered. It's a
What
stupid
wasn't
question.
clear about what I was asking?
It was a stupid question.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Ask a
The
new
objection
question.
is sustained. Let's go back and ask the question that he says he didn't understand and rephrase it, please. Or move on. Your choice.
Was your sole reason for testifying here today?
Objection, relevance.
Let's let Mr. Brooks get the question out.
It's still not going to be
Apologize, I thought that
relevant.
was it.
Stop with the
Are you
commentary.
testifying today strictly to prove your case to the jury?
Objection, misstatement of his testimony.
Grounds that that's what he said.
Sustained as to the form of the question, misstates the prior testimony.
That's what he said. So why did you decide to testify here today?
Objection, that's a legally inaccurate question, Your Honor.
Please rephrase the question and sustaining the question asked as to the form of the question.
I don't know how I'm supposed to rephrase that.
Then don't move on.
Without
Just move on.
Having
It's a
the same
stupid
form of
line of
question.
questioning.
that helps.
It's a stupid line of
Overrule
questioning.
if there's an objection, but ask a question, please.
She can't tell you what question to ask. Nimrod.
Did you seek to testify here today in this matter?
No,
So how did you ultimately come to that decision?
It wasn't
Objection,
his
that's a
decision.
misstatement, Your Honor. It was not his decision.
Sustained as to the form of the question assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Were you subpoenaed?
yes,
Do you recall by whom you were subpoenaed to testify?
District Attorney Sue Opper from the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
Hey, he even
And
knows
at
her
that
name.
time you were subpoenaed, you decided to testify.
He didn't decide.
I don't believe it's my decision.
A subpoena is an order to testify.
Well, it would be fair to say that you didn't have to show up, right?
No,
That'd be fair to say?
no. It's
No, I had to show
a
up.
subpoena is an order.
But would it be fair to say that you could have chosen not to?
No,
No,
he
it
would
would
have
not be
been
fair
in
to say that.
contempt. He could have joined you in jail by not showing up to testify.
Exhibit 131 that was shown to you. Have you seen that video footage before today?
Yeah, he's a detective.
Yes, I have.
It's his job.
Do you recall who showed it to you before today?
I don't recall who showed it to me.
Yep.
Would it be fair to say you've seen it multiple times before today?
Yes, I've seen it a number of times.
And do you recall when you were first shown that video?
during the investigation.
Not off the top of my head.
Was it the same day of the incident, the days following, sometime after?
I don't recall when I saw it.
I mean, the video wasn't collected on the 21st. So, no, it wouldn't have been.
And what about Exhibit 130? Had you seen that video footage before today?
He's seen all of it.
Objection, Your Honor, 130 is the map.
Or the map? Had you seen the map before today? I don't really think it.
He probably aided
Just
in
for
preparing the
record,
map.
I'll sustain the objection just because it referenced the wrong number, but I believe you rephrased. So go ahead, the witness may answer.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Had you seen the map of Exhibit 130 before today?
Yes, I have.
Multiple times as well?
Yes, numerous times.
He probably
Any
helped
idea
prepare
why
it.
you viewed it so many times, multiple times?
It's his job.
Unsure.
It's his job. He helped in the
Were
investigation.
you able to obtain any more information upon seeing the map numerous times that you didn't obtain when first seeing the map?
No.
So it would be fair to say you pretty much knew what the map was detailing
I mean,
each and every time you saw it.
this was the first time I saw the map. I could follow it. People who are not complete morons can follow it. I realize that excludes Brooks, but it's a pretty simple concept.
And on that map, Exhibit 130, you made reference to at some point the dotted line, and it stops at some point.
Yeah.
That'd be fair to say.
Could you be more specific?
The dotted line that was referred to on the map.
Do you want the map brought up? Would that be helpful to you?
Or maybe might be helpful to him.
It would
He's got
be
the large map.
it
but
would
if
be
you wanna-
more helpful
If you could see the
if
dotted line
you
on
asked
the map behind
clear
you,
questions and then
Yes.
go on the map.
is it fair to say that the dotted
fair to
line
say
stops at some point?
The dotted line
Around Central
stops.
Avenue, maybe?
at some point.
Yes, it's a
Ask a
couple of
question
lines
as a
that
sentence.
seem to
It's hard to
come to
follow and
Central Avenue or
uh,
egress
start and
out of
stop
Central
herky
Avenue
jerky.
that stop.
And you stated that, well, what was the reason that you stated that that line stops, the dotted line?
Stated that it's because we don't know the exact location where you cross the street to get over to Elizabeth Street.
And why, what, were there no cameras present at that point, or how did
That's a
You
compound
lose.
question.
the path of travel at that point?
Compound.
We didn't find any cameras or any eyewitnesses in that area.
So it would be fair to say at that point you weren't sure what happened.
I know that you crossed the street at some point. We just don't know where.
How do you know that?
Because you ended up on the other side of the street,
Did
moron.
you see any crossing of? I
They
think
know
said that
because
was
you
west.
ended up on the other side of the street.
That'd
That's
be
a
West
real
Avenue
easy
that you were
answer.
referring to that you don't see any crossing of?
What's your question?
Is that West Avenue that you stated that you didn't see any crossing of?
That is Northwest Avenue.
Or Northwest Avenue? I'm sorry, I don't know the streets. Northwest Avenue. And you don't have any visual footage or any eyewitnesses, as you said, to say for sure if Northwest Avenue is crossed?
They do, because they
We
have
have no
witnesses
witness statements or any
of you on the other
evidence or
side.
any, video of the suspect crossing the street.
I mean, he objects to his name. Start calling him Bozo. He's a clown. He's Bozo. Or Chuckles. Is he Chuckles or Bozo?
And what day were you doing your part of the investigation? Was that the same evening or the next few days after the incident, or
Can you clarify which investigation you're talking about?
the one that you took part in? Your part of the investigation.
He didn't do it on one day. It's an ongoing
I
thing.
don't understand what time frame you're asking for.
It's almost like he worked on
What
it
day-
for an
what
extended
day-
period.
Did you start your part of the investigation?
Well, we started the investigation as soon as he ran people over.
Oh!
You were there?
I responded to the parade after he had done that.
Were you at the parade?
No, I was not.
So it'd be fair to say you
You'd
were
have
on
to
call.
have them for them to be
No, I
numb.
was not.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know when your part of the investigation started then, right?
Would not be fair to say that.
It started on November 21st. That's what he said.
You don't recall what time it was when you started your part of the investigation?
As soon as I responded.
There are so
And-
many words I want to use about him right now.
You don't recall when you were dispatched to respond?
It's in my report. I don't remember the time exactly, but it's in my report.
Have fun.
And at that time, did
Thanks
you
for
know
hanging out.
the identity or name of any alleged suspects at that time that you were dispatched?
The time that I was sent to the city of Waukesha, I did not know the identity of the suspect.
It's almost like it's not broadcast immediately as something's happening. Imagine that.
You made reference to a report. Do you recall when you wrote that report, or did you write
Wrote
the
that
report yourself?
port. Wrote that port.
Yes, I typically type my own reports.
So
And
if it's
do
a
you recall
port,
when
is
you
this
submitted that
maritime
report?
law?
I have no idea what day I submitted the report.
So when you were first dispatched, what did you do?
I drove to the city of Waukesha and met with members at the Waukesha Police Command Unit.
And were you dispatched to any location from that point?
I was not dispatched.
Were you sent to any location from that point?
I was assigned with taking a number of investigators with myself and walking the entire parade route, going from establishment to establishment, bar to bar, restaurant to restaurant, and obtaining phone numbers and names of people who were present. at
Wow,
the
doing
parade
detective
and who
work.
witnessed something and would be followed up with later by a member of the detective bureau.
And he took so many that it took weeks to contact them all. Which
So
is a
it'd be fair to
difficult
say
concept
you
for
did some
Brooks to
interviews at that
understand.
Yes,
Do you recall how many?
no.
Lots. It's a big crime scene. There's lots of people.
And after conducting these interviews, what did you do?
I went home.
So at that time, after conducting your interviews and then going back to your home,
He's
did you have
stonewalling Brooks
the name
so
or ID
bad.
of any suspects at that time?
Yes.
And whom were you told by?
I recall.
But once again, he's not an ID witness. This witness doesn't have to identify you. Others have identified you. He plotted the path of your flight from the crime scene. That's what he's here to testify about, not your ID.
Do you recall who you submitted your typed report to?
Did he say he had a typed report? He said he made reports.
I don't understand your question.
He didn't say he had a
Do
typed
you recall who you
report.
submitted your typed police report to?
No.
He put it in the record.
I'm assuming
He put it in the case file. He didn't have to
your law
hand it
enforcement agency
physically to
doesn't type up
a
reports
person.
and just leave them sitting on the desk. Would that be fair to say?
They put it in the file.
That'd be correct.
Any reason why you wouldn't recall who you gave your report to?
Who says he gave it to anyone?
Well, it's electronically submitted.
And from there, does it have a specific sergeant or lieutenant or captain?
It
or
goes
someone that it
into
to
the
from that
case
point?
file.
If you recall, or if you know.
It becomes available to all the investigators on the case.
So it'd be fair to say, once you type a report and submit it, you're not sure who sees it.
That's true.
Correct.
Clowns also
Would you
scare
say it's fair
children, though.
that because of you not knowing
What
who
was
your
John Wayne
report is
Gacy's clown
submitted
name?
to, that your report can be altered in some kind of way?
Are you suggesting it was altered?
Especially being that you don't know who sees it?
The reports are done via PDF style reporting. It's protected by my username and my password. And when it's submitted, it's usually not altered unless I request it to be altered.
But it is fair to say that there's a possibility that it could be tampered with because you don't know for sure who all sees it.
Do you have evidence it was
Entirely
tampered
not.
with?
How so?
My report is accurate. My report is the way that it was written, the way that I wrote it myself.
So you've had a chance to read your submitted report after you submitted it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is exactly word for word as you remember typing it?
It is my report. It is what I typed, and it is accurate.
Word for word?
This
Yes.
guy's a. I can't take it.
Do you recall how many pages long the report was?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant. Please move on.
Do you recall if the report was lengthy?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevance. Listen. He hears things no one else can hear, yet he can't hear the grounds for the objection.
And you stated that you read the report after you submitted it. Do you know how long it was before you were able to see the report that you typed?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I
He already
mean,
answered
it's
that.
available to him, period.
No object is
He-
asked and answered,
He
Your Honor.
could read it multiple times.
Sustained.
He could read it every time he sits on the
That question wasn't
toilet
answered.
from the
Okay.
time it was written until now.
I see. Do you recall when you typed your report?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant.
How's that not relevant if he already answered that he typed the report?
That's a different question.
Please continue, sir.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevance.
Relevance.
Stop arguing.
He answered that he typed the report. So how's it not
Stop
relevant if he recalled
arguing.
when he typed it?
Please continue, sir.
Yeah, shake your head. Stop with the commentary. Give the jury the zap button. Ugh.
Did you file any claim related to this matter?
Why would he?
Do you know if anyone who did?
Did what?
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in relation to this
What do you
incident?
mean by claim?
No.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Objection
Grounds.
relevance.
You may answer that question. Go ahead.
Can you ask the question again?
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Well, plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin.
Is the state of Wisconsin a human being or entity?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained.
He's getting
on relevance
aggressive
grounds.
again.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
He's getting
relevance,
aggressive.
Legally inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Were you ever contacted by the plaintiff in this incident?
Same objection. Your
Grounds.
Honor.
The jury deserves to know.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
He's getting mad.
Would you call the state of Wisconsin a living, breathing human being?
He's getting
Wasn't
mad.
answered.
Grounds,
getting
because I
mad.
didn't ask that question.
It's not relevant. Sustained. Next question.
It's very relevant.
No, it's not.
Since that there's no
90611. And stop
Jury
with
will
the
disregard
commentary.
Statements made by
Come on,
the
man.
attorneys,
Come on,
they,
man.
and
We're
the
trying to
parties,
be
they are
slick.
not evidence.
Shut
Please ask
up.
the question.
So to your knowledge, the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin. Do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Objection.
Who says it's a
relevance.
him?
Sustained.
Can you
relevance.
identify the plaintiff state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
90611. He's
Continue.
getting aggressive in
Um,
this. Shut him
and-
down.
Not on this topic. Next question, please.
To the best of your knowledge, you're not even sure if
She said,
you've ever even
leave
had
this
any
topic.
interaction with the plaintiff state of Wisconsin, correct?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
End it,
and
Judge.
compound.
Grounds.
End it.
Sustained.
Definitely wasn't compound.
You don't know what compound is. He's getting desperate, and the more desperate he gets, the more aggressive he gets.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
The witness may answer.
No.
Gag him and remove him. Move the shock
Have you ever
device
seen any complaint?
up about
No.
3
No
feet,
further questions.
2.5
sir.
feet.
Can I redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Detective Rowe should be dismissed, please. And yes, could we get the exhibit?
Yeah, why don't you grab that exhibit and take it?
Honestly,
That one has the exhibit sticker, correct?
oh,
All right.
and
We
he's
can keep
still
it by the state for now,
he's
and then later on it
still
can be brought over to the
muttering.
clerk.
Ridiculous.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
It's gonna call Sergeant Ryan Schultz.
Please let this be the last. Shut up, Brooks. The jury's still in there. Shut up. He's furious.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and
It's
my
a
clerk,
bad look
Teresa,
in
who's
front
on
of
my
the
left, will
jury.
swear you in. Do we need this easel up? No. All right. We're gonna have.
Yeah, or Detective Ragland can retrieve it.
Yes, she's gotta be great. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
I
but the
mean,
truth, so
can
help
we
you God?
fundraise to
Thank you,
fly
sir. Please have a
P.
seat.
Barnes from Coeur d'Alene to Waukesha to stand
First thing I
behind
will
Brooks
ask
in this
you
trial?
to do is to state
in the rest
your
of the
first
trial?
and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Ryan Schultz, RyanSchultz.
Thank you.
That
Go
looks
ahead,
like a
your witness.
different uniform
So
than the
how are you
other
employed?
uniformed officers
I
we've
work
seen.
for the Wisconsin State Patrol.
Ah,
How long have you
state.
been in law enforcement?
He's a statey.
I've been in law enforcement since 2014.
Have all those years been with the Wisconsin State Patrol?
Yes.
What is your current position?
My current position is the mechanical inspector for the Wisconsin State
Ooh.
Patrol Technical Reconstruction Unit.
So he
Please
examined
describe
the
The
escape.
duties of that position.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
My job basically is to conduct thorough and systematic inspections of vehicles that have been involved in crashes.
Hey, I wonder what he's here for.
It can entail something as simple as taking photographs and looking at light bulbs to something more in depth.
They're bringing the vehicle into evidence through
vehicles.
him.
Did you receive any training in order to perform those duties?
Objection, relevancy.
His
Overruled.
training
The
is
witness may
highly
answer.
relevant. She's
Yes.
qualifying
Can you
him as an
briefly
expert
describe that training
witness.
for the jury?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
A lot of the training that I received was on the job from prior inspectors. Prior to this, I was a diesel mechanic. And in addition to that, I have ASE and SAE certifications.
So he's an automotive expert.
Not being in, having any interest in cars, what are those certifications?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
SAE
And it
is
wasn't
for
leading
the
anyway.
electrical components in a car, basically, for the part that I'm certified in. ASE is for the mechanical components, which stands for the Automotive Service Excellence, is what I believe it stands for.
What is the purpose of a mechanical inspection?
The purpose of a mechanical inspection is to determine if there was anything that was incorrect,
Like
defective, or broken on a
defective
vehicle
brakes.
prior to the crash that would have caused the vehicle itself to
Blacked out
cause or
windshield.
contribute to the crash.
On December 6, 2021, were you directed to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to view a vehicle?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's foundational. Go ahead.
Yes.
What information did you have prior to going to that location?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
What
The witness may
information
answer.
he had is
The
not
information that I was
speculative.
given is that I was to set up an appointment
Ah.
there to look at a Ford Escape that had been involved in a crash in the parade in Waukesha.
Did you go to that location on that
Exactly.
date?
Yes, I did.
Did you do a mechanical inspection of the vehicle that you were sent to look at?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
After performing your inspection, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
And did that report containing the findings of your mechanical inspection from December 6th?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
I provided to you prior to you going up on the stand what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you briefly identify it for how it's labeled, how many pages it consists of?
And once again, he's
Exhibit is that?
an expert
Exhibit
witness.
83.
It's the crash reconstruction mechanical
So
inspection.
him having his report is different than
Our report is Exhibit 83.
Correct.
a
Yes.
detective testifying from his
Whole
report.
report.
Go ahead.
Because
I
this is
haven't
an
ruled on it
expert
yet, so
report,
go ahead
essentially.
and ask your questions, Attorney Casey.
Sir, how many pages does this report consist of?
10.
And that is front and back sides.
Correct.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Grounds.
And on the face sheet of Exhibit 83, what information does it contain on that as it relates to this investigation?
At the top, it contains case number and recon number, which match my name, the reconstructionist, and then it begins the report and vehicle identification information. And then on the bottom, it's marked with exhibit number 83.
What car were you inspecting?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
2010 Ford Escape.
What color was it?
And what color was it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Red.
Leading would be,
And
was
the
it
license plate
red?
number associated with that vehicle?
A. Adam, D. David, P. Paul, 9256.
And on the report, the vehicle identification number on Exhibit 83, where did that information come from?
The
VIN
vehicle
tag.
identification number I verify on
It's
the
on
inside
dash,
of the door
it's
jamb
in
of
the
the vehicle.
door, it's under the hood.
There's 2 VINs on each vehicle. One's a public VIN under the windshield and one is inside the door jamb of the vehicle. I always use the one inside the door jamb of the vehicle first, take note of it, and then cross-reference it with the public VIN on the vehicle to make sure that they both match.
And did they in this case?
Objection. I have the 10 pages and nowhere on here does it say it's an exhibit. Nowhere on here.
That's because it was marked for purposes of trial. It has an exhibit sticker now. So your objection's noted. It's overruled. And the
Why am I
witness,
not privy to the same?
You have the
witness may
exhibit.
answer the question. It's been marked as an exhibit.
You have it.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you restate the question? I forgot what it was.
I think I did too, but let's go with this one. Is the VIN number that you saw on the door, you said that you cross-referenced it with the VIN number, public VIN number. Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
And did they match?
yes,
Hey, those are the questions that he
Does it
interrupted.
give a drivetrain description on that first page or front page?
Either a 4
Yes, it
or a
does.
6 cylinder.
And first of all, I don't know what that means, but what is that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
What is that
The witness
is
may
not
answer.
leading.
drivetrain description describes the drive of the vehicle, basically how it's operated. on the
All-wheel
roadways.
drive,
So
automatic
in this case, it's an
transmission.
automatic transmission, doesn't have a clutch, you don't have to shift the gears, and it's front wheel drive, meaning that
Oh.
it's not all-wheel drive or rear wheel drive like a pickup truck, it's just front wheel drive.
And is there a picture on the front of
If
exhibit
it's front-wheel
83?
drive, I'm assuming
Yes.
it's the 4-banger,
Overruled.
not a
The witness may
V6.
answer. Just a reminder to wait until I've ruled on any objection. Thank you.
Yes,
Just a reminder,
what is that
he's
picture?
going to object in bad faith
it's a
to almost
picture of the
everything.
2010 Escape.
That you did the mechanical inspection on?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
Have you authored this report?
I did,
Have you had a chance to review it since you've authored it?
yes,
Is the information contained within this report accurate?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
yes it is.
I would move State's Exhibit 83 into evidence.
Objection,
What?
Your
What
objection's
are your
noted. It is
grounds?
Overruled. Exhibit 83 is received.
Grounds for thee, but not for
my
me.
paperwork ever gonna say Exhibit 83, or is it just gonna be this?
Shut up.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury later, but we're gonna
It
continue.
was
Go ahead.
brought up in front of the jury.
Shut
Mr.
up.
Brooks, we're gonna continue with the questioning of this witness.
What is y'all trying to pull?
Mr. Brooks, please,
This is
no one's,
Gag him.
Please, nothing.
the
Gag
exhibit,
him.
to my understanding, has previously been
him
provided
out.
to you. You have it, it's now been marked as an exhibit for trial
I
purposes.
got something I don't have though.
You do have it. It's just not marked as
Go
the
ahead.
exhibit.
That's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be fair.
Shut
Attorney Basie, I
up.
trust that this was previously turned over.
It was, and I believe the defendant has a copy of it in front of him.
Thank
And
you.
where does it
Please
say
continue.
exhibit 83? It
That's
doesn't
not-
say that this was
Again,
going to
we'll
be
take
used.
this
It
up
being
outside the
exhibit
presence of the
83 or
jury
not
later.
is
It's
not
something
part
we
of
need
the
to do
evidence.
right now. Go ahead. and
It's
ask your
just
question.
marked
Thank you,
for
Your
the
Honor.
record.
And I would object and move to strike from the record any commentary that the defendant was making in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. Kick him out.
What was that?
You were too busy yapping to hear.
Court will strike the commentary that was made. I'm not sure if it was picked up or not, but as a reminder to the jurors, the statements made by parties and lawyers are not evidence. The testimony and other evidence that's received is the evidence the jury will ultimately consider. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, can you briefly describe the condition of the vehicle when you inspected it on December 6th?
Yeah, the vehicle had quite a bit of front end damage. The bumper cover was pushed back. The grille was pushed back into the engine bay and into the radiator. That was also pushed backwards in towards the engine.
Almost like there were
The hood was
multiple
folded up in the
brutal
air.
impacts.
Both lights were broken out of the front. There was quite a bit of debris and unknown things stuck to the exterior of the vehicle.
Like
And
blood
there was
and
also
guts
some
and
damage
gore
to the
and
sides of the
clothing.
vehicle.
Do you know why you had to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in order
Instruments.
to do the inspection?
Objection leading.
Overrule, the witness may answer.
I was requested to go to the state crime lab to do the inspection because they had not yet completed DNA sampling. So until they had it finished, it was going to be retained inside the crime lab. So in the interest of not moving the vehicle again, once they were done with DNA, they had me come to the crime lab to do the testing and inspection.
So the first section of your report, and I'm just going to direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 83, talks about the tires and the suspension and tie rods. Do you see that?
She's the wrong
Objection leading.
attorney
Overrule.
to be doing
the
this
witness may
one.
answer.
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what part of the inspection?
If she doesn't
describe this part of the
understand
inspection.
anything about the automotive report,
Overrule, the witness.
They should have
may
had
answer.
one of the
Report's
others
been
do it.
received by the court.
unless
The
they're
state
worse
may
than
direct
she
the
is.
witness to various points at its discretion.
When was it made an exhibit? Because I wasn't aware.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
It's an
Attorney Basie.
exhibit.
You may continue.
Thank you. Sir, can you describe the information contained in the first section of the report under the heading tires, wheels, steering, suspension, brakes?
Objection leading.
She's directing him to the
Overrule,
heading.
the witness may answer.
So under this section, it's broken down into 4 parts. One for axle 1 left, which is the driver's side front axle. The left side would refer to it as you're sitting in the vehicle facing forward. The right side would refer to the passenger side. So axle 1 is the frontmost axle. Axle 2 is the rearmost, left and right, and it breaks each individual wheel end component systems down. And then from that, I take each one apart and inspect them thoroughly: brakes, tires, steering components on the front axle, obviously, suspension condition, and anything else that's at the wheel end that I can inspect.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
First, on axle 1 left, which would be the driver's side front, the tie rod end was worn. About 1/8 of an inch of play in the tie rod end in the ball joint itself. So
that
when
goes to
you
steering.
Turn the steering wheel or turn the wheel, there was a little bit of play in the tie rod. Still attached, still intact, still functioning, still able to steer the vehicle, but just worn to the point that it needed replacement before it got any worse.
Was that something that would create any problems in operating the car, for example, on November 21st, 2021?
Objection is speculative.
He's an expert witness. He can
Overruled. This
speculate.
witness may answer.
Um,
Hold on, he's been qualified under 907 02. I direct your attention to 907 02 through 907 07.
Told ya.
Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
I don't consider being called that name. That's referring to a specific
That's
date.
qualifying him as an expert, that section.
The objections noted, it's overruled. The witness may answer.
And expert witnesses
It would
can,
not, the vehicle would still steer and
speculate.
drive just the same as any other vehicle.
that's why they have
It would just
experts.
have play in the steering wheel, and it would make a little bit of a clunking noise potentially when you turn the wheel. You would maybe hear a clunking noise from that left front tire.
Again,
But would you hear a
operationally,
clunking noise
the
as
person
you
driving
run
that
over the
car would have
dancing
any trouble
granny?
steering based upon that.
Or is that more of a thump?
Not at all.
What other observations did you make?
Other observations I made were that all the tires were evenly worn on all four axle ends. I believe it was the left rear. Yep, the left rear axle, the tire on that axle was bigger than the other three. So there's also a chart referenced later in my report that shows the difference between the two.
So that
The tires
could
that
push
are
the
recommended
steering
to be on the
off a
vehicle
little
are
bit.
size 235, 70, R16, which was what was equipped on the vehicle, except on the left rear, which was 245, 75, R16, which is one full size bigger in dimension and aspect ratio.
What, if any,
So if that's the back
impact would
left,
that have
that could
on
push
how
the car
a
to the
person's
right
ability
a
to
little bit, I
drive
think,
that vehicle?
potentially.
So one size bigger in tire is usually not the end of the world, being that it's the single tire. It can have an effect, but it's on the rear of the vehicle.
So it's not a
Being
steering
a front wheel drive
tire.
vehicle, the speeds are reported off of the front axle of that vehicle. So that's where the speedometer would get its speeds from. The only time it would be notable would be during a heavy ABS brake application. And that would
Anti-lock
be at a higher
braking
rate of
system,
speed, with
ABS.
full brake application where the ABS system kicks in on the vehicle. That's where it could be noticeable. And by could be, I mean, the sizes are very similar. They're about 1.5 inches in difference. Revolutions per mile are not that far apart. The ABS system might not even pick up a difference between the two.
When you say at higher speeds, are we talking, what are we talking?
Freeway speed.
Higher
Leading.
It's not,
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Higher speeds, I mean, something like highway speeds, 55 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour or greater.
Any other observations made with regard to?
so
that
not
area?
not as much difference at
The
parade
only other
speed.
observations that I made were that all the brakes were in good working condition and had adequate thickness left.
So
on
he
the
could
brake
have
pads,
stopped.
For stopping of the vehicle. All four brakes were in good working shape and they were able to be locked at the time of inspection.
Imagine that. He could have
So when
stopped.
let me clarify if I didn't ask you this. The information you were provided was that this vehicle was involved in a crash?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, given the nature of the testimony being provided. The state may clarify that. So go ahead, you may answer.
Yes.
He's
And did
getting
you-
mad.
Do you know the date of that crash?
His face, he's getting
I
mad.
know it was in November. I don't know the exact date.
Thank you.
It's almost
So
like
with
he
regards to
wasn't
the
at the
braking
parade.
system, was there,
He's not a
anything-
Waukesha police
did you find anything
officer.
at all in your inspection of that vehicle that would have caused the brakes not to work or not to work effectively on
Shut up,
the date of the
Brooks.
crash or prior to the
Stop
crash?
muttering.
Objection, speculative.
He's an expert
Overruled. The
witness.
witness may answer.
No, I did not.
Actually, since your inspection took place after the crash, would that be your same answer with regard to, as it was on December 6, 2021, there were no brake problems?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
He's
The
an
witness may answer.
expert witness.
That is correct.
She
The brakes
told
still
you he
functioned
can
at the time of
speculate.
inspection fully.
That's the point of
What
expert
was the next area that
witnesses.
you then inspected?
The next area that I inspected
She even
was
told you
electronic
the
system,
rule.
And general cabin system of the vehicle, cabin being where the occupants sit inside of the vehicle. I did that by examining light bulbs on the exterior of the vehicle and then systematically working my way into the vehicle where I could.
What observations did you make in that area?
Both headlights were, the lenses were damaged, but the lights were still working.
Harder to
The
hit the
lights
little
were in
tiny
the high beam
bulb.
position and in the automatic position from the driver's cabin.
What does that indicate?
Objection leading.
No.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So that indicates that when the vehicle was left at the last time, that the vehicle headlights were in the automatic position, meaning that if it's dark enough out, that the headlights would turn themselves on. And the selector stick was in the high beam position, meaning that the last time the lights were in use, they were in high beam mode.
Thank you. Continue.
Well, then the parade should have seen him and got out of the
From
way
there, just
with the high beams
examined
on.
the throttle linkage, horn, and the other driver controls from inside the cabin.
So let's talk about the throttle controls. First of all, what is that?
So
Leading.
everyone's,
Objection.
It's not leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
everyone's familiar with the throttle pedal in the vehicle. You press the pedal. It makes
It's the
vehicle
go
accelerate.
pedal.
From there, on this specific vehicle, it's an electronic signal that is transferred from the throttle pedal to the throttle body on the vehicle's engine on the intake. That electrical signal opens a butterfly valve, which allows more
So,
air
like,
and
it's
fuel in the
drive-by
engine,
wire,
speeds the
or-
engine up. If you let off the throttle, it reduces and closes that valve. On this particular vehicle, I checked the throttle pedal first inside the cab. It was free moving, no binding, no obstructions. I was able to smoothly press it to the floor and release it, and it acted just as it should. From
So
there,
no
I went under the hood of the
unintended
vehicle. On this
acceleration.
particular vehicle, the crime lab asked that I did not open the hood just because of the amount of DNA evidence on the front of the vehicle. They didn't want me to come in contact with anything. So they asked that I not open the hood if at all possible, which on this vehicle, I was able to still access the throttle because of the way the hood was bent up in the air. I was able to actually reach in from the side of the vehicle and access the throttle body components through the damaged hood portion where I normally would not have been able to reach. From there, I was able to look at the exterior of the throttle, and everything was in clean, clear working condition, no visible damage, no visible issues. I removed the intake tubing from the engine and inspected the actual throttle plate itself, which was in the closed position. Closed position indicates either an idle or that the vehicle is turned off. I was able to then actuate the butterfly valve itself from fully closed to fully open. And when I released it, it went back to fully closed, just as designed by Ford.
So it wasn't
Did there appear to be any problems with
unintentionally
the throttle?
No, there was
adding
not.
extra
I'm just gonna- I know
fuel.
you call it a throttle, I call it a gas pedal. It's one and the same, correct?
Objection leading.
It's not
Oh,
leading. It's
sustained us to the form of
clarification.
the question.
Well-
Please rephrase.
What is the difference between a gas pedal and a throttle?
None.
Nothing.
Thank you. What was your next area?
The next area I went on to was the
Hooligans might even
seat
call it
belts
the
inside
fun
the
pedal.
vehicle. And then from there, I actually was able to test the vehicle for function.
Did you then come to a conclusion section of your report?
I did,
And is that starting on page 5 of 10?
yes.
Did you check the power steering system?
I did.
And what observations did you make of that?
Aside from the ball joint that was loose that I described earlier, the entire rest of the power steering system was intact and functioning properly.
So there are no problems that would cause the car not to steer appropriately?
Objection leading.
Sustained us to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Did you observe any problems with regard to the steering?
Aside from the ball joint, no.
Thank you. Now, in your report, you indicate a gross vehicle weight rating. Did you see that on page 5 of 10?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It's
Yes, I do.
relevant how
What is
heavy
that?
the weapon was that you drove
The
through
gross
people.
vehicle weight rating is the amount of weight that the vehicle can physically carry safely, and that number is administered by the manufacturer.
So that includes people within that car? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
And cargo.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
Yes, that would include all vehicle, the vehicle weight, occupants, and cargo.
And even the
And the curb
fuel and
weight,
the
what is that?
fluids and
I mean, generally, what is it now?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
The curb weight of the vehicle is the weight of the vehicle as it rolls off the floor at the assembly plant. And that's without fuel and coolant and oil and things like that. And it's a dry weight of the vehicle. It's what the vehicle itself with nothing in it physically weighs.
Thank you.
and then you add oil and gasoline and
If someone had
antifreeze,
reported
wiper fluid.
hearing a clicking sound while this car was driving in front of them, was there anything that you found in your report that would be consistent with a clicking sound being heard?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There was a lot of damage to the front of the vehicle. It would be impossible to say what a clicking noise could come from, being as there's a lot of moving components under the hood with belt pulley, engine
Exactly.
fan, things like that. Anything could be
I
stuck in the
spent
tire. It
so
would be
much money
impossible
on
to say if
blinker
there
fluid,
could be
you
a
wouldn't
clicking noise from
believe.
this vehicle. I was actually not able to drive it physically to test it. I was only able to just start it.
Can I ask why you were unable to drive it?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may
It was
answer.
heavily
There's
damaged.
actually two reasons I was unable to drive it. One, again, with DNA evidence on the exterior of the vehicle. Two, there wasn't enough gas in the vehicle to move it.
So that's probably why he ditched it, not the
So the car was
damage.
on empty when you observed it.
Unless they drained it.
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
That's why he
How much gas
ditched
was in
it.
the car when you inspected it?
Objection, leading. Answer.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There was, the gauge read E for empty, and the notation on the infotainment center originally said 2 miles to empty, and then on the second key cycle, it said 1 mile to empty.
When you said key cycle, when you started it, or when you turned the key, what observations, if any, did you make?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So when I tried to start the vehicle, it was very sluggish. It turned over, but it wouldn't fire, it wouldn't do anything. And then it made like a hiccup sound, like it was going to try to start, mimicking basically a vehicle that's out of fuel. And when I tried turning the key again, then the vehicle actually did start, did idle, and did run like it was supposed to. That's when I saw that the fuel gauge, the distance to empty gauge, went from 2 miles to 1 mile, indicating that the vehicle was very much so out of fuel almost. And
So
I
that
recorded
that
this
could
with my
be
camera,
why he
and
ditched
I
it.
tapped the throttle to do a rev test on the engine. The engine revved and went back
In
to an
addition to
idle.
the damage.
When it
And
went back to an idle the second time, it then sputtered and turned off.
Which would indicate what?
Would indicate that it's not getting enough fuel to run correctly.
Thank you. Now, if a witness had testified that when the vehicle went in front of them, they heard a high pitched, like a revving sound, based upon your examination, what would that be consistent with?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
they're not. He's not
There's
testifying
a lot
as
of
to the
different
truth
things
of
that
the
could
revving
cause
sound.
that. It could
It's
be
what could
heavy
it be?
acceleration from someone pressing the throttle on the vehicle. It could be noise that is amplified as because the engine bay is now open to the exterior, so you can hear the engine noises coming from the engine bay of the vehicle. It could be an exhaust related item. It could be a lot of different things, to be honest.
When you were doing an examination of the undercarriage of the vehicle, did you observe a muffler?
No, I did not.
I want
So
to
it
show you
probably
what's been
came off.
previously admitted, Exhibit 73. It'll show on the screen in front of you.
I'd
when I ask
imagine
that it be
someone's
published as well.
body ripped it off
Objection, leading.
as he ran them over.
Overruled. Permission to publish 73.
So where was the muffler found? I wonder.
Sir, do you see the
Was it on
picture that's
Main Street? Oh,
marked exhibit 73?
it's in the
not actually
yard.
marked, but it is
So it's
exhibit
the
73.
log we heard about,
What is
the
depicted in that
decorative log.
photograph?
Objection. Speculative.
It's
Overruled
not.
Based on his training and experience. the
He
witness
can
may answer.
say it's a muffler.
That it appears to be an exhaust muffler and a couple chunks of wood and overturned dirt.
The muffler that's observed in this picture, would that be consistent or inconsistent with a 2010 Ford Escape?
Objection. Speculative.
No, he
Overruled.
knows what
This witness
kind of
may
muffler
answer
it would
and provide
have.
an
He's
opinion.
an expert.
By just looking at a picture.
He's an expert.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Y'all think y'all
You can
slick.
cross-examine the witness.
Shut
about that.
up.
Go
Y'all
ahead.
two, y'all trying to pull a fast one.
Shut up.
It is a vehicle muffler. Without
Stop.
seeing the ends of it and where the inlet, outlet are and actual measurements, it would be impossible to see what vehicle it came from, but it is an automotive muffler.
And
sir, at the end of
judging
your
by the
inspection,
wood,
you come to a
it's very
conclusion
close to
with
where
regard
the
to
car was ditched.
the mechanical fitness of this vehicle,
I do.
and what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that the tie rod on the left front end of the vehicle that's responsible for steering, the joint was worn and had been worn prior to the crash. This is not something that just happens immediately or overnight. If it would have been due to crash damage that this was damaged, I would expect to have seen a lot more impact in that area with bent metal or distorted items. The tie rods are very tough parts. So that to me indicates that it was worn prior to the crash occurring. And the tire, obviously, unless somebody changed it in between the crash occurring in my inspection, the tire was a different size than the other three prior to the crash.
And it would have been documented if it had
I
been
did not
changed.
see any issues from the tie rod affecting steering as far as it relates to the alignment of the vehicle. Once things are worn and they start to get excessively worn, they manifest themselves in incorrect tire wear. Tire might chop or feather. That was not present on this vehicle. Had the left rear tire been an issue on the vehicle, I would have expected to see that manifest itself in an ABS, which is an anti-lock brake system failure or a trouble code in the vehicle. When I ran the vehicle,
That's it. Dismiss the case. No
there were no
Carfax.
diagnostic trouble codes present on this vehicle indicating any issue whatsoever.
And two things that I guess I need to cover. Do you check to see if there are any recalls of the vehicle in coming to your conclusion?
Objection. Speculative. And do we still need this exhibit?
Thank you. We can take that down and your objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
I do check for recalls, yes.
Were there any on this vehicle?
There were not recalls on this vehicle. There was only an extended service warranty from Ford, which had since elapsed due to the mileage on the vehicle.
Now, you talked about the brake system in terms of the brake pedal within the car and its
I imagine this prosecutor even knows
that
what
was
the brake
operating
pedal
correctly.
is.
Do you recall that testimony?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Now, when a person activates that brake pedal, what is happening within the car?
There's actually a lot of things that happen within the car when you activate the brake pedal. When you press the brake pedal, it pushes on it's called a push rod, but it actually pulls on it. It pulls on the rod, which goes into the brake master cylinder, and that master cylinder is what pumps hydraulic fluid from the brake fluid reservoir to each independent wheel. On this vehicle, it's equipped with anti-lock brakes. It goes through an ABS modulator first. From there, it sends a signal out to stop or slow down, depending on the amount of pressure that you apply inside the cab. Depends on how much braking force you get at the wheel ends. In a very heavy brake application, as I had discussed before, where the vehicle is still trying to maintain momentum, the ABS system can override, and that's where you would get the vibration in the pedal that many of you may have felt before. That's your ABS system doing its job, not allowing the wheels to lock themselves up. What it's actually doing is pulsating the fluid in the vehicle.
And when you talk about brake pads, how do the brake pads, where are they located and how do they relate to the pressing down of
Compound.
a brake pedal?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So when the brake fluid reaches each wheel end, there's a set of calipers with pistons. And those pistons actually come out and they act like a clamp and they squeeze the two brake pads together. They're located between the two sides of the piston and on the exterior of the brake rotor. And what that does is it creates a pinching motion, and that pinching motion slows the rotation of the disc down, which is the brake disc, which is attached to the wheel hub. And that's what slows the vehicle.
And just for the record, he was using his right hand to demonstrate kind of a squeezing motion. He had it, and I would describe his hand in a C motion, maybe 3 to 4 inches between the thumb and the fingers, and then pressing together a couple of inches. Go ahead.
Are there any other components to the braking system in a car?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There's a parking brake system in the vehicle.
But other than that, so you've covered every aspect of the braking system in this particular vehicle, is that correct?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness
No.
may answer.
Yes, I have.
Gee.
Did you observe anything at all that would have prohibited this vehicle
The
from
moron
stopping if
behind
brake
the
pedal had been
wheel.
applied?
No.
That one. That moron right there. That's what stopped the vehicle from braking. He's mad. He's mad.
Is there anything that you observed
I'm
or
glad
documented
that
with
he's
it
mad.
during or in your mechanical inspection report that would have contributed to the crashes that this car was involved in?
Objection.
Gotta make it plural.
Overruled. The
Crashes.
witness may answer.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-examination?
During your inspection, did you see any bullet holes?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where?
He's fixated on those.
Back up. Do you recall how many bullet holes you observed?
Billy Hose.
I do not recall a number of them. No, I knew there were more than one.
It's almost like that's not what the
The
focus
ones that you
of his inspection was.
observed. Do you
His
recall where
focus
they were?
was the mechanical operation of the
I do
car.
believe one might have exited through either the windshield or rear window, and one was in the side of the vehicle, if I remember correctly.
And did you find any shell casings?
No, I did not.
They'd be
And
magic
you said
shell
you did the
casings.
inspection on December 6th.
That's correct.
Those would be magic shell casings to jump from the officer's gun
Do you know if the
outside
if
of
the
the
vehicle
car
had been
into the car. I mean,
do you know if
bullets,
anyone
but not shell
attempted to
casings.
start the vehicle in between that time of the crash and your inspection?
Not to my knowledge, no.
But you don't know for sure.
That's correct.
He wasn't on scene. It was probably yanked onto a wrecker instead of driven onto it.
You made reference to the left rear tire being bigger than the other tires.
Yes.
Can you give a little bit more clarity on how that would affect the vehicle?
So one larger tire on the vehicle would obviously make the vehicle lean ever so slightly away from whichever side is larger than the other. In this case, the amount of difference between the two tires, it's about 1.5 inches in difference in radius. So in radius, you get half of that amount in height. So it would be about 3/4 of an inch difference in height. That amount of difference is not noticeable in a vehicle. The other thing that it would cause is premature tire wear from one side to the other over time, to where one tire might wear faster than the other. The suspension might not act correctly because it's not at the same ride height anymore. So eventually over time, those are things I would expect to potentially see from that. Each vehicle acts differently with different size
But it
tires
wouldn't
on
prevent you from
There's no
stopping.
one size fits all.
It wouldn't prevent you from navigating away from a parade.
So different vehicles act differently. To
Yeah.
having a bigger fitting tire.
Yes,
You made reference to it to a vehicle leaning away from the side that's bigger. Or
correct.
would that in any way create a slight pull to the vehicle to either side?
In my experience, that small amount would not, no.
And you made reference to the high beams. Uh, I don't remember exactly what you said
They
referring
were
to the high
on.
beams.
They were switched on when you left the vehicle.
I guess you made reference to them being used at some point.
The high beams were activated when I did my inspection, meaning that when the headlights are on, they were in high beam mode. The selector stick was pressed forward for the high beams.
Exactly. I mean, it's his mom's car, though, isn't it? Or is this a separate incident?
And why would a vehicle use high beams?
To see
Usually
in the
a
dark?
driver uses high beams to see better or to illuminate things better.
So that would primarily refer to if it was nighttime.
Correct.
You generally don't need them
Would you
on
say,
busy city
with your
streets.
expertise, it wouldn't make sense for a vehicle to use high beams in the daytime?
It wouldn't make sense to drive
There
through
are
a
limited
parade.
uses for them in the daytime, yes.
And what are some of the uses from your knowledge?
Generally, the high beams shine brighter, so even with sunlight shining on them, other vehicles can see them. It's a thing that we use on the highway as law enforcement sometimes.
He
We'll use the
really
high
is a
beams at a
monster.
crash scene. We'll turn the high beams on so oncoming traffic coming in during the daytime sees that brighter light from the vehicle. It's just a little bit of the thing to help oncoming vehicles see.
So it would essentially be for identification purposes.
Visibility.
Not so much for identification, no.
Well, what do you mean when you refer to
Visibility.
for oncoming traffic to be able to?
Visibility.
More
they
for
can see
visibility
you.
is what I mean, so that it stands out to the other traffic. It doesn't look like it belongs because the lights look very bright. It gets the other driver's attention, the same as the red and blue lights on the top of the cars.
Gets them to notice that law enforcement is present.
Correct.
They
That's
notice
what I meant by
a
ID purposes,
vehicle
for them to be
is
able
present.
to see.
Then yes.
Were you able to inspect the entire engine?
I was not able to inspect the entire engine.
And what parts of the engine were you not able to inspect?
The only parts that I was unable to inspect would be down in the front by the belt pulleys area. I could see that the radiator was pushed into it, but I couldn't see what components had been damaged by that, as far as like water pump or anything like that. And I do not usually take the engines down, meaning I don't take them apart as part of my inspection anyways.
Because it would be
my main
irrelevant.
under the hood inspection components would
Can it
be
steer? Can it
non-engine
stop?
related aside from the throttle.
Is it
You made reference to
unintentionally
the water pump.
accelerating?
Did you notice any water leaking?
Yes, there was coolant that had leaked from the vehicle.
From the water pump?
I don't know where it actually had leaked
He
from, but
couldn't-
I know that there was
He
a
couldn't
lack of coolant in the
Inspect
vehicle.
the
It could
water
have come
pump, he
from a
said.
lot of various different places. It was no longer leaking.
But
when I
that
saw
wouldn't
it. It
have
was
caused
empty.
you to not be able to stop. That's not
So you didn't
brake
actually
fluid.
observe
It's
it
not
leaking.
coolant for the
Correct.
brakes. He gets hung up on such inconsequential things.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where the leaking came from.
That's correct.
Who
Were you
cares?
told that the vehicle was leaking?
He saw that there was a
No, it
leak
just
because he
has a low
saw.
coolant level,
cool-
meaning it leaked from someplace or it had never been filled properly.
So at that time, it'd be fair to say you weren't sure if it had been filled properly or
Exactly.
if it was leaking.
If the engine seizes, you stop.
Either is possible.
But it'd be fair to say you didn't know for sure which of the two.
Correct.
This is so irrelevant. I want him
You
to
made
ask
reference
about
to a
blinker
loose ball
fluid.
joint. Can you give a little bit more clarity on exactly what is a ball joint?
So the ball joint is at the wheel end. When you turn your steering wheel in your vehicle, there's a shaft attached to the wheel, goes down to a rack and pinion system. The pinion is a round gear. The rack is a flat piece of metal with gear teeth on it. As you turn, it pushes the tie rods
like-
left and right. As you turn left
Exactly
and right,
like with
on the end of
Legos.
each
If,
of those
if
tie
you
rods
build
is a ball and
a
socket
steering
joint, much like
system in
the
Legos.
hip joint on a human being. It's a ball that fits inside of a socket. And what that does is it allows the wheel to turn left and right as it's being pushed by the tie rod without any binding or any issues in between.
That is clarity. I don't know anything about cars, so. And
He clearly doesn't
said
know
there was a
stop
loose
from
ball
go.
joint?
Yes, the left front was loose.
And to what effect could that affect the vehicle?
He said
And
there's
the
a little
amount that
play
it
in
was
the
loose,
steering.
it would only wear more with more use. As those components start to wear down, they start to have a little play. The longer the vehicle is operated without proper repairs, the worse the play gets. The worse the play gets, then you can start having issues with
I mean,
improper
there are
tire
three-wheel
wear
cars.
and so on and so forth until it gets to the point that it actually separates. The ball and socket themselves will separate from each other.
And then what happens at that point?
If the ball and socket joints separate, you would lose steering at that wheel. The
But
other
it
wheel would still be able to
Didn't
steer.
happen. It didn't happen though.
From your inspection, can you tell roughly how long this ball joint was loose?
I cannot tell exactly how long, no. I can say that it was loose before the crash occurred, just based on the fact that it was worn,
It's a
not broken.
chronic problem, not an acute problem. It's wear, not breakage.
So with your expertise, would it be fair to say that needed to be taken care of?
Yeah.
Yes, that needed to be corrected.
But it also didn't cause you to not stop.
And you made reference to the gas. The vehicle having difficulty starting. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're not getting his opening today. I thought it was possible. It's not. I want to see, though, because it should have been mentioned first thing this morning. Is he giving the prosecution what they need in order for them to help him procure witnesses? Because I have a feeling he's not going to have any witnesses besides himself, and he's going to have an unholy meltdown when that happens.
And reference to the axles. You made reference to taking them off the vehicle?
The axle I do not take off of the vehicle
He
at all.
inspected it.
What did you do in regards to the axle?
He put it on a lift.
The axle
and
ends, wheel
inspected it.
ends, that's where the brake components are mounted. So I remove the wheel and tire from the actual axle end.
I think that's what I was referring to.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I misquoted. I know you made some reference to removing something. I just assume you meant the
Stop
axle.
with the commentary.
When you inspect the axle
Ask
and remove, you
questions
said the
or
wheel.
shut up.
Yes.
What is being inspected at that point?
So when I remove the wheel and tire
brakes,
from
the
the vehicle, I
calipers,
remove all
the
4 of them one at
rotor.
a time. And that's where I actually look at the brake components themselves, being the brake pads, the brake calipers, pistons inside the caliper, brake rotors. And then I get a better view of the tie rod that I was just speaking about because it's actually next to the wheel on the axle end of the vehicle.
You said the tire rod?
Tie
The
rod.
tie rod, ball joint that was loose.
Oh, okay. So what? I think you just were clear about the ball joint and tire rod. Is the difference between the two?
One
Yes,
connects to
the
the
ball
other.
joint is the joint itself, and it's on the end of the tie rod.
Uh-oh. Don't do this to me.
Behind people.
Objection suspected.
Based on his training and experience, I will allow him to answer.
We might
No.
have jumped forward
Thank you.
in time.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
We jumped forward in
I will
time.
take that. Thank you, sir.
We missed the last couple
And,
minutes of his
Once the witness
cross.
passes, I'll excuse the jury for an afternoon break. It's just about 3:06. We'll take about 15 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
All right. I'm going to take my afternoon real quick break, and then I'll come back and you guys can tell me if you want me to rewind. He's shaking his head. Shaking his head. He doesn't want a potty break. But tell me, when I get back, tell me if you want me to rewind or if you want to listen to me rant. So, hang on.
You can be seated.
Or he might rant before the break, now that the jury's
Mr.
out.
Brooks, I know the last thing you said, I heard you say that's hilarious. What were you referring to?
I was referring to, like, are you serious? Some of the same things that I ask on
Okay,
when it's my time to question the witness.
I'm going to rewind when I get back because I want to witness that. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'm not sure quite how far behind we were when YouTube randomly decided we were done with that witness. So I'm just going to randomly go back about 5 minutes to get context for this freakout. So wish me luck here, rewinding. We'll go from here. This deputy or bailiff behind
further
him
questions.
is so done.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Oh,
Before you do that, I'm just gonna have my jury stand for a second. Go ahead.
so it was redirect that we missed mostly. Kind of convenient. I randomly chose
All right, thank you. Be
the
seated.
start of the redirect.
Go ahead.
So you testified on cross-examination that the rights and high mount brake lamp were inoperable. Do you recall that?
Yes,
How about the left brake lamp? Was that operable or inoperable?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
the left stop lamp was working.
Now, sir, just going back again to this ball joint, you stated that, I guess, was your testimony and cross-examination that unless the ball and
She's still
socket
sick.
is separated, you can still safely operate that vehicle?
Objection. Mischaracterizes what was said.
Based on the form of the question, I'll allow the witness to answer.
Yes,
And the ball and the socket on this vehicle, were they separated?
they were not.
Now, your inability to fully inspect the engine, I want to direct you to that area of the vehicle. Does the engine control acceleration?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled,
No,
the
you
witness may answer.
accelerated through the
No,
crowd.
it requires driver input.
Does the engine control braking?
No, it does not.
Does the engine control steering?
Objection. What is the relevancy?
You
Overruled,
steered
the
your
witness
way
may
through the
answer.
parade
No, it
crowd.
does not.
Does the engine control gear shifting?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It does not.
Finally, sir, you had talked about actually coolant or some type of water. I wasn't sure if you're talking about the water pump or the radiator. Do you know what was leaking, if anything?
Objection. Ask and answer.
She didn't ax. You
Overruled, the
axed.
witness may answer. It's redirect.
Yes, so water pump, water coolant,
It's
it's all
all in a
interchangeable as far as the
closed
cooling system
system.
for the engine goes. And the coolant system was low at the time of inspection and had been leaking, but from where I do not know.
And again, does that control the steering,
No,
the
He's
braking,
mad.
no,
the acceleration?
no.
Finally, sir, you had talked
You can
about
see
on
his eyes. He's
cross-examination
mad.
the presence of the high beams being on during the daylight. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
Specifically, you had indicated that sometimes the state patrol uses their high beams during the day. What was that for?
Objection. That was answered.
Overruled,
She
the
didn't
witness
ask.
may
You
answer.
did.
Redirect.
She can ask on
to
redirect.
increase visibility.
Is that of any assistance if a vehicle is coming up behind people?
Objection.
No.
Speculative.
Based on his training and experience, I will allow him to answer.
No,
Thank you. Nothing further.
Unless
All right,
they
thank
see
you.
the
Let me step
reflection
down.
out of their glasses.
I will take that, thank you, sir. And once the witness passes, I'll excuse the jury for an afternoon break. It's just about 3:06. We'll take about 15 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
Shaking his head. He's mad. He's mad. Oh man, this is hilarious. He's still yapping. You can see the mask moving, but you can't hear over the commotion.
You can be seated. Mr. Brooks, I know the last thing you said, I heard you say that's hilarious. What were you referring to?
I was referring to, like, are you serious? Some of the same things that I ask on when it's my time to question the witness
Cross.
can be overruled. But when the same thing is done and I object, it's nothing. It's just thrown. It's just thrown to the side. I just think that's funny.
Well,
I
sir,
really
I
do.
don't find it funny, number one.
Is
Number
it because
two,
you asked it in the wrong way, or you had
Not in
already
my
asked
position
it
either.
multiple
The
times?
court rules on the objections at the time that the objections are made. I know, and I wanted to address this briefly. You can have a seat. You had questioned during the testimony of this witness, Exhibit 83, because I believe what you were saying is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, the copy of the report you have does not have an exhibit sticker on it.
It don't.
Right. And
You want to see it?
I don't doubt that your copy does not have an exhibit sticker because at the time the report was provided to you, and I'll have the state correct me if I'm wrong on this,
It
it
hadn't
would have
been
been
numbered.
provided through the course of discovery. I'd also note that on April, I believe 22nd of 2022, the state filed a notice of expert naming Inspector Ryan Schultz as an expert witness and indicated that he would testify consistent with his report. And then I directed your attention to the statutes in the rules of evidence dealing with expert testimony,
And how
specifically
they
starting
can
at 907.02
give opinion.
through 907.07.
They can
That is why I
speculate.
didn't stop during the testimony to have a discussion outside the presence of the jury, because at that point, the objection to not having an exhibit sticker on your report is not, would not prevent the court from receiving the exhibit once the proper foundation was laid, which in my opinion it was. And the fact that your document didn't have that specific exhibit sticker doesn't diminish the fact that I know from your
It's not part of the
cross-examination,
evidence.
you were referring to the report. At times you referred to it by page number. It was clear from your questioning that you had reviewed it. I would just note two examples. You asked some questions regarding visibility and the impact of the high beams. That was one example. And then secondly, questioning him about the ball joint and whether it needed attention and what that would mean. And so I just wanted
that
to
didn't come
make,
from the report. Your Honor.
Don't
The
interrupt
only thing
her.
that came from the report
Don't
was from
interrupt
page
her.
9 when I was trying to get clarity about why it said worn tie rod.
oh, and you actually questioned the
And-
witness about the different tire and what that would mean. So I thought three good areas of cross-examination that you
He
covered.
had the
As far as
report.
the other issues I think that you might have when there's redirect, I'm not going to explain what redirect is, sir, but again, for my position, there's direct examination, there's cross-examination. The state or any witness, any party that calls a witness always has the opportunity to ask the direct exam questions and then redirect based upon
roll your
what's
eyes.
asked during
Roll
cross-examination.
your
Sometimes
eyes.
that does mean
He's
there's
so
some
mad.
repetition, but I didn't
Just
see
look at him.
anything
He's so
through the
mad.
redirect of this witness that I thought was improper. So I just wanted to make a record of that. I am going to
He
caution
can't even
you,
look
sir.
at the
Do you
judge.
understand what I was saying?
You are
Don't
but you-
interrupt.
during multiple times during the questioning of that witness, you were mumbling under your breath.
And even
you
not
say
under his
disparaging
breath.
remarks toward the court, toward the witness, or toward the process.
So if it was disparaging, what did I say?
Sir,
Because I
you
don't-
say things like it's not fair, or you make
This is a
noises that
joke.
suggest like you're disgusted with the ruling that is made.
So you're assuming what I mean by that, and when did I say
Mr.
it
Brooks,
wasn't
I'm
fair?
just making a record because
Yeah, but
it's
you're making
important
an
that
incorrect record.
it's
Stop
important that you demonstrate
interrupting.
courtesy and decorum through these proceedings,
You have
and that
been
you give respect to the
rude
witnesses who
throughout.
are testifying in the process.
you have been adding
Did the
commentary
Did the witness feel
throughout.
disrespected? Did the witness say anything about feeling
Mr. Brooks,
disrespected?
I'm not going to
You
engage in
showing
this
I don't think he
back
did.
and forth with you because first
You
of all,
were
it's a
showing
mischaracterization of my observations, number one, and
Yeah,
number
but
two,
your
it's my
observations are
job.
incorrect.
It's
if
my
it-
job
Shut
to ensure that the under 90611 that there's the effective presentation, and I'll just refer you to that once again. I'll read it into the
You don't
record.
need to read it.
Under
You don't need to read
906,
it. Just make sure that
11,
you make a
The
correct.
judge shall exercise reasonable
Don't lie on the
control over the mode and order of
She's
interrogating
reminding
witnesses
you
and presenting
it's
evidence
what
with
906
all of the
11 is.
following.
Since you
Make the
haven't read
interrogation
it.
and presentation
Every time.
effective for the ascertainment of truth, avoid needless consumption of time, protect witnesses from harassment or undue embarrassment. Sub 2 talks about the scope of cross-examination. Sub 3 talks about leading questions and when leading questions may be used to develop the witness's testimony. So with that, we'll take our break. I'll start the 15 minutes. It's 3:13. We are in recess. Thank you. Go ahead.
I did actually take
Still
note
rolling
of
his eyes.
when the court overruled one of
Ooh.
Mr. Brooks'
Ooh,
objections.
what did I say?
His
I don't
response
consent to being
was,
called that name,
"Stop
Your Honor."
trying to be slick."
Yeah, I did say that.
So,
What
just for
did
the
I
record,
say?
I thought that was very
She-
disrespectful.
She
you.
wrote down what you said.
Judge, can we discuss scheduling at some point as well, either now or on the
When we
return?
come back.
Why wasn't that addressed right when it happened?
Honestly, Mr.
Because
Brooks,
the jury
I'm
was
trying
there.
hard not
Because
to
that's
highlight
the
your
definition of
misconduct
trying to be slick.
during the trial. I'm trying my best here to
I don't see
frankly minimize
I don't
pointing
see
those
it.
things out to the jury and instead
She
pointing
doesn't
them out.
want to point out
outside the
your
presence of the
rudeness to
jury.
the jury.
You may have noticed I've even started to say I'd remind the jurors that the comments of the parties or the attorneys are not evidence, so as to cast a broad
That's the
brush
judicial
and
way of
not
saying,
simply highlight your
don't pay any
conduct.
I haven't
attention to
noticed
this
anything, and
asshole.
I don't
But all right, we're in
refer
recess.
to what
Thank you.
conduct
It's
you're referring
3:14.
to.
He's
If
so
you're not,
mad.
if you're gonna be biased, then somebody.
He's so mad. I mean, he makes me mad. Let's see how far behind we are now. Okay. That's real time. Looking at the fringed flag. Oh. He needs to be removed. I mean, at some point, you just say, you know what? You forfeited your right for the rest of the day. You're muted, you're gagged, you're removed, you're hung upside down from, I don't know. And the squirrel's still on my back lawn. I hate those squirrels. They cause so much damage. They cause so much damage. I think the prosecutor does not. I think Mr. Brooks does not. I think Darlene does not. But it's basically the joint where like a hip, like a shoulder, and the tie rod comes off it. Basically, it can move up and down and around like this, and it's hard to explain. I'm sure you know what it is, Steve. I'm just for anyone else who doesn't, Darlene. um, it so yeah, it's part of the suspension, part of the steering. Um, but once again, what it is isn't as much consequence as it being worn and having a little play, making it so that there's a little play in the steering didn't cause him to drive through the crowd. As is evidenced, he steered around vehicles and it had no impact on braking. It I mean that was a good witness to have. The vehicle was fully operational. Not exactly as he's on the ground after being slammed to the ground. And by slammed, I mean the officer said, "Get down," and he got down, and they handcuffed him. They said, "What's your name?" "Brooks, Darrell Brooks, or Darrell Brooks." Yeah, that would definitely not be fun. I think my car actually does need a ball joint replaced, but I put very few miles on it, so I haven't. But yeah, fully operational car. It's just the jackass behind the wheel. I I I I wish that they had been able to elicit that testimony from the witness. Is there any reason why this car wouldn't have been able to avoid the participants in the parade? Yes, the operator, the traveler, the sovereign citizen nut job. That's the only reason. I mean, once again, is it because I mean, if it were me, it could be a little of column A, a little of column B, but in his case, it's once again, I wouldn't say human error. You have to have humanity to be human, don't you? Um, it was traveler error since he's a sovereign citizen. Although I'm surprised he hasn't objected to the use of the term driving.
Okay.
I mean, he makes all the other ridiculous sovereign citizen arguments. Why not the driving versus traveling? I mean, But then, for all I know, when the microphones are not on or in inmate communication forms or whatever, he may have mentioned what I can't think of the cases off the top of my head. The Chicago motor coach, the Virginia Supreme Court case. They're all so irrelevant that I don't remember them off the top of my head. Thompson versus Smith, that's the one. That's the Virginia one. And then there's a Shapiro. Exactly. I mean, if it's a mechanical problem that makes it so you can't stop, you don't steer around the cars, you steer into the car because it'll stop you. People won't stop you. I mean, yeah, it sucks hitting another car, but it'll stop you. Use their brakes. You know, obviously try to hit the back of the car, not a door. You know, crumple zones are a thing. Doors are bad to hit. But people won't stop you, so you keep hitting people. I mean, unless the steering randomly went out and just, you know, it just randomly steered around vehicles. It it's just an asinine argument if he were to say, I couldn't stop. And I mean, it is asinine because, well, all his questions about barricades, it's like, who cares if the roads were barricaded? You were already on Main Street. You could have stopped. Nothing kept you from stopping. You could have stopped to 1 mile an hour and steered out and around the barricade, giving the crowd a chance to disperse. It's easy. Why didn't he do that? And so it just brings into question motive. Mens rea. Was he angry and said, I'm going to take all these people out? Did he say, I'm angry and I'm fleeing. I don't care who I hit? That's first degree or second degree. I don't see how it could be manslaughter because he intended to drive that way. At the very least, it's a reckless disregard, not caring if he
Thank
hits
you.
people.
Please be seated. We'll go back on the record.
Ah, she's got her cup of tea there.
Do you want to talk scheduling?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Go ahead.
And thank you for a little extra time here. I spoke with the defendant about his witnesses for tomorrow, and I believe he's filling out the paper that I asked him to, so we can
About
get his
time.
witnesses here. I can tell the court this. I have 2 crime lab analysts to testify yet this afternoon. They're both here. One's the next one is from the Milwaukee lab. The second one's from the Madison lab. So if we could complete their testimony today, it would be greatly appreciated. I don't know how late you intend to go today or how long it will take, but
She's
I'm being
saying the
optimistic.
state wants to rest.
Our final witness would be a recall of Detective Casey briefly for some follow-up matters. And then
They're
we would be in a
recalling
position
Casey
to rest. I
to
don't
testify about the injuries to
hope that we'll
Lola.
probably be able to rest yet this evening, but maybe, depending on how late you go and how smooth things move along.
Meaning, if
All right,
Brooks
thank you. I
cooperates,
appreciate that
we
information.
can rest
And
tonight.
I appreciate the parties discussing off the record some of the issues related to the defense witnesses. So that's great to hear. I can go a little bit later tonight, and I would say no later than 6. But if need be, if we can get through those 2 witnesses and Detective Casey, that would be
No
great.
idea.
No
idea.
But let's see how we go.
Okay, thank you.
But if he
All right,
just
sir, do
starts
you have anything?
rambling,
Yes,
I
I
bet
do.
she does shut him down.
Detective Casey already testified. Will be
And they're recalling him. They can do
Well,
that.
let's take that up later. I want to deal with the lab analysts who are here first and not delay their testimony any further. So other than that issue, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I thought he was released from his subpoena. At least that was my guess.
It's your guess.
I honestly don't recall whether that question was asked of
Your
me. I know
guess.
he's the court officer and he's been here. I'd have to take a look at the record from when he testified and see if there was any reservation or have the state make an offer of proof and we can go from there. But I'm not going to do that right now. I want to have those lab analysts testify. They're here.
But I'm
We can
guessing
take
it
up
is
more
to
fully the issue with
rehabilitate
Detective Casey.
the
after they're
testimony
done
about the dancing
So how late do
grannies.
we plan on going?
I will go as late as 6 o'clock if need be.
He
So I
has
wanna
it in
keep
the
pushing
book.
along. I want to.
It's in the
Yeah,
book
that's
from the
definitely
judge.
pushing.
I guarantee it.
That's not that late, sir. We've stayed till 5:36.
I mean-
Previously, there were times during jury selection, we stayed till probably 7 or 7:30.
In my
The last 2
position,
nights, we did break at about 4:30, 4:45, and so.
Do you have something better
I'm
to
willing to
do?
go a little bit later tonight. So it's 3:30 now. We'll see
I
how
was
things
making
go.
that- I was making that saying that on the record because in my position, that is kind of late.
Do you have something better
Well, let's
to do?
start now and we'll get going.
I mean,
Maybe we don't have
Don't
to go
waste
that late.
time,
So bring the jury out.
and they'll finish earlier.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
See,
The
that's
written decision that I
that's the
previously
time
entered
wasting that
is
I
what will
mentioned.
stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Is that verified proof?
Sir, my written decision
I think
is the
so.
decision on
Is it?
subject matter
And
jurisdiction.
if he hears this comment, I think you're a twat.
Because it hasn't been proven on the record, and that was not verified proof.
See,
It
you
hasn't
want
been
to
proven.
get out early.
denying their
Stop
request by the
wasting
defendant
time.
to verify subject matter jurisdiction.
Stop
That's
wasting
denied.
time, and you can get out
I
early.
disagree with you as a matter of law. The
Show
jury's
me-
coming
show me
out.
Lawful law.
All right for the jury.
Show me by lawful law.
See, if she has to send the jury back,
Unless you make an tacit agreement that you don't have to prove subject matter jurisdiction on the record by law. It should be
All right,
proven by
welcome back,
Constitution.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's about 3:37. I know you're all filing in, so
I
I'll wait till you all get in.
froze.
Not yet.
And welcome back to the rest of you who are filing in after our short afternoon break. I just wanted to let everyone know I have let the parties know if need be. I'm willing to stay between 5:30 and 6 this evening. I know there's 2 witnesses for sure. The state intends to call and I intend to get through. It's kind of the timing and whether there's a 3rd witness tonight or
Okay,
not.
I'm back.
I'll decide
froze.
a little bit later.
Sorry.
But at this point, the state may call its next witness, and the rest of you may be seated, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Chris Johnson.
All right, Mr. Johnson, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is
If you
on
didn't
my
see
right.
while
Please
I was
rise.
frozen,
When you get there, please remain standing.
he was
raise
just
your right
still
hand.
complaining
Oh,
about
Clerk
subject
Teresa,
matter
do I have to
jurisdiction.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony
And
you're about to give
I
shall
was
be the truth, the
ranting.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
If he
so
wants
help
to
you
get
God?
out of there
Thank
earlier,
you, sir. Please have a
stop
seat.
wasting time with subject matter jurisdiction and frivolous questions.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
My name is Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed as the Chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Division of Forensic Sciences, Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories.
What is your educational background and training briefly?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in molecular biology from Marquette University. I started my career
Maybe he said the other way.
approximately
if
16
he's
years
late.
ago in the DNA analysis unit as a forensic scientist. as a forensic scientist, I went through an extensive training program to be
I'm guessing though it's
forensic-
pizza night.
a DNA analyst.
They have pizza
And
night
I've
in jail,
carried
don't
many
they?
positions since then.
And
So
as
once again,
chief of the
they're
crime
certifying
response
him
unit,
as
what are your
an
duties and
expert witness
responsibilities?
here.
My duties are twofold. I have an administrative aspect and a technical aspect. The administrative aspect is to oversee and monitor all operations or all aspects of the crime scene response program operations. My technical aspects come into play when I receive calls from law enforcement to respond to scenes to provide technical assistance. My primary duty as the technical aspect is to preserve the integrity of the evidence at crime scenes. This is done through proper examination, recognition, documentation, and collection of physical items of evidence. Furthermore, another technical aspect I have is to write confidential reports of findings. And this basically summarizes any examinations and processing
Except he'll
techniques that are
say,
used
I'm
on
not
scene.
in
and
the
is a summary of
boundaries.
the
I'm on
findings
top
from
of the
those
boundaries.
techniques.
Or
Lastly, I testify in court when needed.
Is there a set procedure you follow when you are asked to respond to a crime scene?
Yes.
What is that, please?
Objection leading.
The
no.
witness may answer.
If law enforcement is at the scene and would like the crime lab crime scene response team to respond, they simply call the lab that's in their jurisdiction, and basically the call will get routed to me, and
Exactly.
I'll dispatch a team to the scene.
And that would be like if it's
And
a
on
federal
November
question,
21 of
then the federal
2021,
court has jurisdiction.
was the crime scene response unit
It-
asked to respond to an incident in the city of Waukesha, county of Waukesha, state
If
of
it's an
Wisconsin?
administrative
Yes.
matter,
What
an
was the nature of
administrative
the
law
call?
judge might
The
have
nature
jurisdiction.
of the call was to respond to an address on Maple Street to begin processing a vehicle that was abandoned in the driveway of that residence.
Were you given any
Here in
limited
Utah, we don't
information
have
as to the
circuit court.
significance of the vehicle?
We have
Yes, it was
Municipal
reported
courts,
to me that the
then district
vehicle
courts,
was
then
most
the Court of
more than
Appeals,
likely
then the
involved
Supreme Court.
in running through the Waukesha Christmas parade.
Were you aware that
So
it was
our
reported
district
pedestrians had been
court
struck
is the
during
equivalent of
the
their
event?
circuit
Yes, that
court.
was reported.
The objection is noted. I'll allow it as it is foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Now, when I think of a crime scene, I typically think of a place or a location. Does your unit also cover processing of a vehicle like this?
Yes,
Overruled. You may answer.
in this particular circumstance or situation,
Luckily, they
the
don't
vehicle
have
itself can
criminal
be
jurisdiction.
considered a crime scene in and of itself.
And in your years with the crime lab, do you have prior experience processing motor vehicles that were suspected to have been involved in fatal collisions
Exactly.
with pedestrians?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational.
yes.
The witness may
So
answer.
I didn't
Yes,
take
I've
administrative
processed several
law.
vehicles
I
related to that.
took
Okay.
half of the natural
Did you
resources
personally
law
respond to
course.
the
That's the
address
only
at
class I
338
dropped due
Maple?
to my amputation.
Yes, I was one of two people responding.
And
Who else
the
responded?
Chevron
Julie
doctrine
Avila.
And does Julie work with
It-
you?
She does.
is
What's her
very
task or primary
involved
responsibility?
in
Objection leading.
Overruled.
the
Foundational.
natural
The witness may answer.
resources
For this
arena.
particular scene, I was
is
what is called the
complicated.
team leader. So I'm in charge of all aspects of
Don't ask
processing
me
the scene.
to
Julie
explain it.
was a crime scene response photographer. So she was tasked with appropriate documentation via photographs.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was when you arrived on scene?
I arrived on scene approximately at 8:15 p.m. on 11/21/21.
And I'd like to show you a series of photographs, and I'm going to have multiple sets of photographs to go through with you. This is the first set, and the set contains 4 or 5 pictures. So they're going to show up on your screen first, sir.
Over half of
And I'm
Utah.
going to ask you to identify these photographs, and then we'll work
And
backwards
thank goodness for that, if you ask me.
present them to the jury with the
Because
court
it would
permission,
be-
okay?
Okay.
So first on the
It
screen
would
is
be
exhibit 67,
Spoiled
which
by now
I believe was previously
if the
admitted.
state had its
Yes.
say.
Yes.
All right,
It would have already been sold to the highest bidder,
Overruled.
which would probably be Chevron.
sir, do you recognize the objects depicted in State's Exhibit 67?
Yes, this is a overview showing the front end damage of the red Ford Escape that's parked in the driveway of 338 Maple
Okay.
Avenue.
Next, we're going to present to you Exhibit 93.
Once again, we don't get to see these yet because she's bringing them
What's
into
depicted in
evidence.
93, please?
Gotta show
This
the
is a close-up
witness
showing
first.
the damage of the front end of the vehicle, the red Ford Escape that's parked in that driveway.
All right. I should have asked you this prior to the photographing of the vehicle. Is it been moved or altered by you in any way, sir?
No,
Objection leading.
It's not
Overruled.
leading.
Foundational. The witness may answer.
no.
Please put up for the witness number 68, which has been previously admitted.
Go ahead.
Objection.
Overruled.
Please describe, sir.
This is the photograph's taken at an angle, the front passenger side of the vehicle, but again, showing the damage of the front end of the vehicle.
Number 102. You recognize that photo, sir?
I do.
Please describe.
This is
Objection.
Overruled.
a mid-range photograph of the driver front quarter panel, showing a side view of the damage of the hood and the quarter panel.
And number 103. Please describe.
This is a overall photograph of the back end of the red Ford Escape.
Do you believe these 5 photographs are true and accurate?
state
depictions
never
of the
owned
way
it.
The vehicle looked on the driveway at 338 Maple that evening.
The federal
Objection
government
leading.
obtained the land from Mexico, so the
I'm
state
sorry.
never
I
owned
was
it.
trying to get a hold of my witness list. Could you re-ask the question?
Yes, Your Honor. Do these 5 photographs truly and accurately depict the way the vehicle looked at 338 Maple Street on the evening of November 21, 21?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Move to admit 67, well, 67 and 68 are already in. So move to admit 93, 102, 103, and permission to publish all 5.
Objection. Relevancy.
Noted. Overruled. The exhibits are received. Permission to publish granted, specifically 67, 93, 68, 102, 103. I realize some may have been received previously, but to be thorough, I wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you.
Hey, look at that damaged Ford Escape in the dark there.
All right, Mr. Johnson, 67 you testified was an overview photograph?
Yeah, it's an overall photograph
Objection
of the,
leading.
Overruled. They're now being shown to the jury. It's proper. It's foundational as well. Go ahead.
yes, this is a overall photograph showing the location of the vehicle, but specifically also showing the front end damage of the vehicle.
All right. Next, 93.
They beamed it down.
Please describe.
A close-up,
Overruled.
Round.
Go ahead.
a close-up of the damage that has been sustained on
Hey,
the
that's
front
a lot of damage.
hood area, bumper area of the red Ford Escape.
Next is 68.
Objection.
Overruled.
That would be
Mid-range photograph
impressive.
Showing the damage,
time-wise.
front end damage, specifically from a reference point of the front passenger corner.
It's certainly
of the vehicle.
leaking something there.
I observe on the bottom of that photograph, there appears to be some liquid substance on the ground. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I
Objection
do.
leading.
You already
Overruled.
answered.
Foundational. The witness may answer.
Do you remember seeing that substance that night?
Yes,
Were you able to tell what it was?
Objection respectfully to you.
Overruled. Based upon his training and experience, he may answer.
Not specifically what type of fluid it is, but some kind of engine compartment fluid.
From this vehicle?
Yes.
Number 102, please.
A mid-range of the driver front quarter panel, also showing what I describe as a white headband on the broken driver door mirror.
You've got to
Is that illuminated
in
in some
control.
fashion?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Just a reminder to wait until I fully rule on the objection before you answer.
I apologize.
That's it.
Yes.
They should
How
have
was
been
it illuminated?
paying attention.
Objection leading.
And when they saw it was
Overruled.
going to run the red light, hit the brakes.
It has white
Operator
LEDs that
override.
are within the cloth and they're blinking on and off.
Okay. And then last would be 103.
Objection.
He's getting
Please
desperate.
describe. Oh, I'm sorry, he objected.
Overruled. Go ahead.
An overall from the further into the driveway
Objection.
showing
Who put the
back
crime
end,
scene
the
tape
rear end
there?
of the red Ford
I
Escape.
didn't run that over. I mean, it was
Now,
planted.
after these photographs were collected on Maple Street, did there come a time where you planned to move the vehicle?
Yes. Part of the process in arriving at a scene, there are 3 steps. There's a scene approach, scene assessment, and a scene processing strategy. So the scene approach starts with the moment I receive a call and start thinking about what evidence might be present, just knowing the limited facts or the limited information that I have during the call. When I arrive on scene, I do a scene assessment. So I did a walkthrough of this particular vehicle, around it, and including the property. Determined from that what my processing strategy would be. So going back to answer the question, my thought and my processing strategy this particular night was to collect anything that would be fragile in nature off of the vehicle and then
Uh-oh.
get it transported to a more environmentally friendly secured facility to continue processing in the subsequent days.
Was that for your comfort or for some scientific reason?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It was very cold that night, so it was difficult to process. It was very windy, but it was for a purely scientific standpoint.
Yeah, I
of
wouldn't want. I don't.
Doing the
I'm not a
necessary
fan of
steps
Tesla.
of collecting whatever I needed and I deemed fragile. Collect that stuff, and then let's get it into an enclosed trailer and transport to a secure facility that's nearby.
So what items, if you recall, did you remove that you had deemed fragile?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Leading
There
would
were
be,
first
did you
some items
remove
that were
this item
the
because it was
yards
fragile?
or yard of this particular residence, some examination gloves, and a winter hat that was in the backyard. So those items were collected. Of particular interest on the vehicle was the headband that was around the driver door mirror that was broken. So that was important to collect because during transport, that most likely would have fallen off. So that's what I'm talking about, fragile evidence.
So that item was removed?
Correct.
What about the front bumper? We saw that laying on the driveway. Was that secured in some fashion?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, to make transport easy, the bumper would have had to be lifted up with bungee cords and resecured. Otherwise, as the tow company is moving the vehicle, the bumper would just continue to go underneath the vehicle, further damaging or maybe even
Tearing it off.
eliminating or getting rid of physical evidence that might be on that bumper.
So were you the person that secured that front bumper?
I was there and I assisted with the tow company.
Where'd you take it?
So
I
It was
think
taken from
full
this residence and it was
self-driving
taken to
is going to
Waukesha County Sheriff's
require
Office secured facility.
Is
communication
that nearby here in
from
Waukesha?
car to car.
Okay. Ask Madam Clerk if you could turn off the display, please, and I'm going to present to the witness only another series of photographs, starting with 105.
At rate, roll your eyes, shake your head.
Go ahead.
That's
you know how
all
many?
playing well with the jury.
8.
Sequential?
Yes,
That's
105
also true.
through 112.
Thank you.
Objection. Relevancy.
Stop rolling your eyes.
Well, I haven't seen them yet, so I'll have to wait, but you can put them up and then I'll make a ruling.
I think we're ready on our end. We're just waiting for Madam Clerk.
Oh, sorry. I'll leave it alone. We had just mixed each other twice.
105.
And that's it. He needs to.
Um,
He
Yeah.
needed to pay
Given what I see on
attention.
the screen, the objection is overruled.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the sake of time, I'm just going to ask the
And-
witness to look through these photos just as if he had them in front
So
of
we
him.
get snow and
then
ice
I'll,
here.
ask some
We
foundational
rarely get
questions. So
freezing rain.
105 is
I
on the
had
screen.
to-
Do you see it, sir?
Drive a long
Yes.
way in the
Do you need
freezing
more time to
rainstorm
review
we
that
got.
photo?
No.
that
106,
bad.
please.
I ended
Yes.
up
Do you
driving
need more time
home.
to
I
review that
drove
photo?
up
No.
the canyon to
Overruled.
a
the witness
higher
may answer.
elevation,
107,
Yes.
do you
knowing
need more
that
time?
No.
it was a
108,
counterintuitively a little
Yes.
do you need
warmer
more time?
that way.
No.
So driving home, I drove
109.
up and around.
Yes.
Need more time?
No.
110,
Exactly.
Yes, I recognize,
It's
and I don't need more time.
enhanced driver assist,
111,
not autopilot.
I recognize, and I don't need more time.
and 112.
I recognize that photo and don't need any more time.
Where were each of these photos taken?
Each of these photos were taken at that secure facility that where Waukesha County Sheriff's Office.
Exactly.
secured
If you
facility.
can't
This is
feel,
indoors at
if
that
you can't
facility.
push a button by
And do you
touch,
believe each of these photos
It's
is a true and
dangerous.
accurate representation of what the vehicle looked like once you towed it to the secure facility?
and having an iPad
Yes.
attached as the console.
Move for
is
admission
ugly.
of 105 through 112 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Noted.
Now-
Exhibits 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112 are all received. Permission to publish granted as to all.
And now we get to see them.
So in this photograph, sir, is the,
Hey, the
what's the
car's
condition of the
moved.
front bumper, please?
The,
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
No, leading would be,
Foundational, the witness may
Is
answer.
it bungeed up right
the
now?
front bumper is secured in somewhat, should be its original position with those bungee cords that we previously talked about.
Next, 106, please.
Ew.
Please describe.
With the better lighting, you can tell.
Overall photograph,
The-
the front driver's quarter panel, including
Just looking at the paint
showing the hood damage.
now.
Was there an effort by you to try and match the pieces of the bumper to the frame of the body, or is that just the way it came together?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Asking him what
Go
he
ahead, you
did is
At this time, I was not
speculation.
trying to physically match anything together.
And
It was just
he's
for
an
the
expert
purpose of
witness.
securing it for transport.
What is the position of the driver's side window in this photograph, sir?
The window is down.
Is that the way you found it?
Yes.
Objection.
So
Overruled. The witness may
the
answer. He
eyewitnesses
responded to the scene where
estimate
the vehicle was
ranged
located.
anywhere from about 25
testify
to
based upon his
45,
knowledge.
maybe even 50.
107, please.
The video reconstruction, scientific
Please
reconstruction,
describe.
was about 32.
An overall photograph from the point view of the front passenger side of the vehicle.
But he'd slow
Next
down
one,
as he
wait.
hit people, because he'd hit people and it would slow him down. But
Objection.
then people testified
Overruled.
they heard him accelerating out of it.
Please describe.
An overview of the front of the vehicle, including the front passenger quarter panel and the front passenger
And
door.
look at that mirror hanging down.
What position was the front passenger window in?
Down,
Is that the way you found it?
yes.
109?
I think once his appeals are
Please describe.
exhausted, it'll be
An
crushed.
overall photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle. Including in this photograph is the front quarter panel, the front passenger door, and the rear passenger door.
And along the front passenger door and the rear
I think
passenger door, do you see
Hitting a
anything
moose
remarkable?
actually,
Objection leading.
the damage would be more the windshield and
Spanning the
front
length
of the
both
roof
doors
area.
is
Because the danger
quite
of hitting a
significant
moose is you
scratch.
take out its legs and
Have you
then the
seen
body
scratches like that
crashes
before
through the
in processing
windshield.
motor vehicles, sir?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
I have.
What is that consistent with, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Coming into contact with another item.
But
Thank you.
yeah, I mean,
Number 110?
Juan Marquez, who testified through the interpreter yesterday, testified he flew about 20 feet.
Please describe.
An overall photograph showing the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Exactly.
Specifically noting that the rear passenger window, that window is not down, it was actually shattered.
Okay.
Was that
Broken.
from gunfire?
And also showing in
Or
this
from
photograph
window
are
tint.
2 apparent fired bullet defects.
Okay, I have some other photos more specific to
Okay,
that
yeah,
in a
we
minute.
see the bullet
Thank
exit,
you.
I
111?
assume, right above the tail
Objection.
light.
Overruled.
Please describe.
An overall photograph from the vantage point of the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And then 112, please.
Yeah, moose are the scariest animal in
Overruled.
the
An overall
U.S.
of
They
the
will
vehicle
mess
from
you up,
vantage point,
and
rear
if you
driver
hit them with
side
your
of the
car,
vehicle.
you're dead.
Is the
Driving
rear
through the
driver's side
Uintas,
window,
I've
what
had
position is it
a
in,
moose
please?
come right
That
out
is
of the
up.
underbrush and
and is that the way you found it?
no reaction
Yes.
time.
It looks like there's substance on the exterior of the vehicle on the driver's side. Do you see what I'm referring to, sir?
Objection leading.
Probably blood and guts.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that item or substance was?
Objection speculative.
He would have
Overruled. Based on his
analyzed
training and
it.
experience and his personal observation of the vehicle, he may answer.
Not knowing what specific fluid that might be, I did do a presumptive test to see if it's possibly blood.
Okay.
All tests that I did of that liquid that's on the driver's side came back negative for the
Okay.
possible presence of blood.
And was it sprayed along most of the driver's side of the vehicle?
I can't say
Objection
kangaroos are a problem
Overruled.
here in Utah,
Yes.
but meese are awful.
Now, I'd like to move on, sir,
I've run
and
into
ask
them
you,
backpacking.
did
and
you do an
They're big and they're scary.
interior inspection of the vehicle
Yes.
and an exterior inspection of the
I
vehicle?
was with the Boy Scouts. The first
Like
person
to,
to see it, just we saw the
highlight
back
some
end. And he's
specific
like, "Up there,"
areas,
and he starts running, and we say,
Starting
No,
with
it's
the
a moose.
interior of the vehicle.
and then we're like, "That's
Would
even
you
worse."
have processed the entire passenger compartments and cargo space of this vehicle?
Yes.
You've got to watch for the
And what
drop
types of
bears
things would you
coming
have been
through the
looking for,
sunroof.
sir?
Based on my former experience, looking for surface types that might contain potential DNA evidence. So specifically, anything that's in the vehicle that would have been handled
So the steering
To
wheel, the
control the
gear shift
vehicle?
knob.
or handled in a repetitive manner or with some kind of force. So for example,
Turn
the steering
signal
wheel,
stock.
the gear shifter, those items were swabbed by myself for the potential of DNA. We also looked at surfaces within the vehicle and processed those for the possible presence of latent fingerprints.
Do you remember locating an object on the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Yes.
I'm going to ask that we display to the witness
I
only
wonder
Exhibit
what it is.
117. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 117,
I
sir?
bet he does.
Yes, there's a hat that's on the front passenger seat cushion.
Is that the way the object looked when you found it?
Yes.
I bet a hat has his DNA
Move to
on
admit
it,
117, permission to publish, Your Honor.
and
Objection.
even hairs,
Relevancy.
if they
Overruled.
could get out from
Exhibit
his
117 is received,
dreadlocks.
permission to publish granted.
Could you please, it's a touch screen in front of you, circle the hat that you just described for the jury?
Gray.
And then
Bluish
to your
gray
left,
hat.
sir, on the witness stand, before you took the stand, I placed an item up there that's been marked as exhibit number
I
87.
bet it's the hat.
You see that on
in
the
an
table
exhibit
there?
bag.
Yes.
Can you identify exhibit 87?
Yes. This is
Objection.
the
I don't have it in my
winter
packet.
style hat that I collected from that front passenger seat.
Okay. Like to show another photograph to the witness, exhibit 118, please.
Objection.
Grounds.
Overruled, go ahead.
Do you recognize the object in exhibit 118?
I
I
bet
do.
he does.
Do you believe this photo is a true and accurate representation of the object as you found it on the vehicle?
I do.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Him
Your answer may stand
recognizing
again.
is not
May time rule on the objection,
speculative.
please.
Come
Move to admit
on.
118, permission to publish.
And he's an expert witness.
Exhibit 118 is received, permission to publish granted.
Although this isn't so much
Please
expert
describe-
testimony at the moment saying
This
what
is
he
a-
found, object.
Close-up photograph of the clothing items that were pinned to the windshield by the crumpled hood, and it was being held in place by that hood being pinning the items against the windshield, as well as that wiper arm.
So did they
Did
get
you
there
eventually remove
early
these
and
items?
then additional damage to
What
the
did you
hood
find them to
pinned it?
be?
It was a detachable hood from a jacket, as well as a winter hat.
And can you just point out on the touch screen which is which?
Objection. Leading.
No.
Overruled.
That's the hood portion, and that's the hat portion.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Did you find any U.S. mail or paperwork inside the vehicle?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
Were there any names associated with the U.S. mail or paperwork inside the vehicle?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
What was that name?
Darrell E. Brooks Jr.
Was there an address, if you can recall?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It identifies
There was,
you.
but I
It's
can't-
relevant.
I don't exactly recall it.
Sure. Also on the table next to you, sir, is your report that I've marked as exhibit number 90. You see that?
Yes.
Wait.
Wait.
Placed on the table.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Well, objection. How did it get on the table?
Your
She
objections?
put it there
noted. It's
to prepare
overruled.
for his testimony for when it was properly admitted as evidence.
Copy of
Just like the
the
hat.
crime lab report. It has an exhibit sticker, number 90, with the case number of this case.
It didn't teleport
Handed it
in.
back to the witness. Go ahead, you may question.
How did it
regarding
get on the table? Who placed it on the table?
Attorney
the
Opper
objection.
indicated she placed it there.
When did that happen?
Pay
Attorney
attention.
Opper, go ahead, continue.
Did you author this report, sir?
He's mad.
Yes, I did.
He's
If
mad.
you review the report, would you be able to see the address for
He fails to understand.
Darrell Brooks that was
therefore
noted in the
he's mad.
paperwork from the inside of the SUV?
I will.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted.
He's getting
Overruled.
real mad about it now.
Yes, I would.
You
Please
could
do that,
hear in his voice. He's mad.
Objection,
Grounds,
grounds for the overrule.
because it wasn't a proper objection.
The witness may answer.
Grounds for the overrule.
Go ahead, sir.
The address for the pieces of mail that I recovered was 4014 North 19th Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53209.
I bet you that was his address.
Thank you.
Objection, that should be strike. When he asked the question, he said he didn't recall. So how can you force somebody to recall?
The witness's recollection was refreshed through the use of his report. which
Remember
indicated
how
he documented the
you
address,
refreshed
objections noted,
recollections?
overruled. The answer will stand. Go ahead, next question, please.
Yes, and actually, if I could back up one
Best
minute
consumed
and ask
through Blue
Stephanie to put
Bacon's
back up 117. Got to ask a
objection
question about
grounds
117.
coffee cup.
Go ahead.
Go buy
And if
one.
we could
Blue
display it,
Bacon's
please,
awesome.
Madam Clerk.
Stop with the commentary.
Nobody got to answer no questions.
Mr. Brooks, please refrain from interrupting. You'll have an opportunity to ask
I
your
have an
questions
objection
on
of how
cross.
evident, how
Stop.
stuff got to the table
Stop.
without my
Stop.
knowledge. That should be known. That should at least be noted for the record.
It was
I wouldn't be able to do
You
that.
failing to
The
understand
objection's noted, it's overruled. Go ahead.
is not an
So
objection.
that needs to stop
You
happening.
failing
addition
to
to
pay
that-
attention
All right,
is
I'm
not
gonna
an
excuse
objection.
the jury.
Okay, this is why you're not getting out before 6
Can't keep
today.
doing stuff without.
This is why
That's my
They
right.
have to stay late.
I shouldn't be able to do things without my knowledge.
Then pay attention.
And then pass it off to the jury like that's fair.
Pay
They deserve to
attention.
know that too.
It was explained. Pay attention. Your stupidity is not the court's problem. Aside from competence.
The rest of you can have a seat as well. As soon as the jury's out, I'll make a record.
Tase him. P. Barnes.
All right, Mr. Brooks, you are well aware that the reason
consent to being
documents
called that
are
name.
being
Stop
put on
interrupting.
I don't
the
consent to being
stand
called that name.
Stop
because
interrupting.
This court indicated it would limit the movement of the parties due to your custodial status. to keep
Normally,
things fair.
And
She would
merely
have had
asked,
it.
how did it get there?
Sir,
And
do
she
not
would have
interrupt me.
brought it
I'm
up.
going
I'm
to
not
forfeit your
entitled
right
to
to
know
be
how I got
present
there.
in this courtroom.
So
Do
you
not
holding me in
interrupt
contempt?
me.
Are you holding me in contempt?
She didn't say. She said she'd remove you from
I'm
the
going to make a
courtroom.
record.
Are you holding me in contempt?
I'm not answering your questions.
So then you're not holding me in contempt.
Do not
She
interrupt me again or
doesn't
you will
have
go to
to
the other
answer
courtroom.
your questions.
Under what lawful law?
All right, he's interrupted me
Illinois
once
versus
again.
Allen.
We're going to clear the courtroom.
Or as you would
He's
say,
being disrespectful.
Illinois
I'll make a record once
versus
again.
Allen.
Unless you can promise me right now that you let me make my record without you interrupting me, sir.
You gonna make your record? You can make your record.
Then please don't interrupt me.
Don't hold me in contempt.
I've never said any such
Unless
thing.
it's your turn
Removing
to
me from the
talk.
courtroom, Your Honor, is
You
essentially holding me in contempt.
STFU.
All right, no, you're forfeiting your right to be present under Illinois versus
I
Allen.
didn't forfeit
I will.
anything.
I'm
Yes,
going to
you
start
did.
talking, and if he interrupts, then I will close this courtroom, and he will be taken to the next
You
courtroom.
did forfeit.
Mr. Brooks, you are well aware that the court made some pretrial
In order to
rulings
not
related
prejudice
to
him, they
whether
want
there would
counsel
be, they can
to
stay in, I
stay at
haven't
their
closed it
table.
yet. He's not interrupting me. Whether the parties could approach the witness stand. And I did that because you're in custody and I'm not going to allow you to approach the witness stand while in custody. That is why various precautions have taken place to
Like
limit,
putting
frankly, that from
exhibits
happening.
On the witness
Throughout this
stand,
trial,
out of view of the
there was
jury,
one
until the
instance
witness
at the very
has
beginning of the
verified it.
case where I allowed the state to approach a witness. I corrected that. That hasn't happened since. We've had bailiffs take items up to the witness stand, or the items have been given to the witnesses, or they've been placed on the witness stand. That's proper. There is nothing wrong about that. Nobody's trying to pull a fast one over you. No one is doing something that's
He's
not
just too
permitted
stupid to
by this
understand.
court, or frankly, under the rules of decorum and courtesy or the presentation of evidence in this case. Frankly, from my perspective, sir, your attempts and your comments are to try to dig in at this jury and to somehow create doubt about the presentation of this case or the fairness of these proceedings without the party, meaning the state, having an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or
Will
not
result in
recognizing when I
zappage.
uphold or sustain an objection that I will take as a disrupting
Zappity zap
interruption
zap zapperoo.
meant to disrupt the proceedings. I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well
They're
aware
not.
that that's one
They're
of my
not.
options. I choose
They're-
not to do it for the reasons that I've stated
But
on the
they're
record
probably almost
previously.
as petty as I am.
All right, you can
Almost.
forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct
And by this
under
point,
Illinois
they're so pissed off
versus
with him.
Allen. When it is
They're
disruptive,
so dumb.
when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR Chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there. These constant mumbling and interruptions during the proceedings. I haven't made a record of them today, but I will now. Started at 9:01, then there was 5 at 9:02, 3 at 9:03, 4 at 9:04, 1 at 9:05.
She probably
2 at 9:05, 1 at 9:06.
she's just putting a tally.
3 at 9:08, again at 9:17.
She has an interruption. She even just puts the time.
10:31, 1:05. There was talking over by you at 2:03. 5 interruptions
She's
at 2:14.
putting it on the record.
2:15, 2:17.
All on the record.
At
She
2:19,
is done.
Audible muttering. 2:31, 2:33. What I would describe as inappropriate, like muttering under your breath. 2:35. At 3:06.
And if she did
there
all
was
the
a
times he
hilarious
rolled his
comment.
eyes,
At 3:11,
shook his
there
head.
was what I would describe as arguing about the muttering and the irony of it all. At 3:12, there were 4 interruptions. At 3:37,
exactly.
more 4:09, 4:10, more mumbling. At 4:11,
I think it's cruel
twice,
for
and at
dogs,
4:12,
but
9
dogs are
different
man's best
times.
friend.
So I
Dogs
think I've made an ample record of the
are
disruptions
useful and
today. I've been
friendly
abundantly
and can learn.
patient with you.
He is none of
I've,
those.
Again, as I stated earlier, I've even limited how I tell these things to the jury about how to disregard. And I simply say the jury is to disregard comments and statements made by the parties
Instead
or the
of
lawyers. 'cause those are
disregard
not
that
evidence.
rude
So
interruption.
I'm warning you, do not interrupt again. If this jury comes back or when they come back and you do
He's
that,
going to start
then
yapping
you
as
will
soon
be
as the
removed.
jury's on
You
its
will
way
forfeit
back
your
in.
right to be present for the examination of
guarantee it.
this witness. Let's bring
He's
the
going to
jury
start yapping.
Well, you might as well remove me then, because what you're doing is not fair. I can't even rebut what you're saying. I didn't interrupt you. I let you make your incorrect
Told
record.
you. Told you
Mr.
to
Brooks,
start
I'm bringing the
yapping.
jury out and we're continuing. We're going to get through these witnesses.
And I'm not stopping you from
Through your
doing that.
behavior, you're not going to delay these proceedings today.
I'm not trying to
We're gonna
delay the
continue.
proceedings,
Yes,
so I
you
wish you would
are.
stop being incorrect on the record and saying what I'm trying to do if you don't know that. You don't
Mr.
know what
Brooks,
I'm trying to
bringing
do.
the jury out. I'm not going to argue with you.
Then
So-
don't. Because I'm not arguing with you
Yes,
either. I'm
you
stating
are.
facts.
Raising your voice. It's very
Because I'm
angry tone,
tired of you
and
always
it's
making a
yelling
record.
at me.
You're making a record of me trying to look bad. I know what you're trying to do. It's not gonna work.
I'm making a record of what's accurately.
You're
being
making
done
a
in my
record of
court.
incorrect statements. That's what you're doing. You're
it-
not making a record of
Mr.
not
Brooks,
being
I'm
able.
advising you to be quiet because the jury's coming back.
His
You're advising me to be
attitude.
quiet.
Everyone
You-
sucks
you
but
telling
me.
me to be
Advising
quiet?
you to
Everyone
be
sucks but
respectful when
me.
the
Are
jury
you
comes
telling
out.
me to be
Everyone's
quiet, or are you
against
asking
me. It's all a conspiracy
I'm
against
asking you
me.
and advising
Okay.
you.
Thank you for correcting that, because don't nobody tell me what to do. I don't
The
tell
judge
nobody else
tells
what
you
to
what
do.
to do in
I'd
her
appreciate
courtroom.
We're all
You lower
we're all
your tone
adults
of
in here.
voice
I've
and
never
not yell at
told
me,
you to
sir.
do anything at all.
That's because
Sir, I
she's the
appreciate if
judge.
your tone of voice
You're
would
the
change.
defendant.
I would appreciate if you would ask me.
You're the defendant.
I'm a grown
She's
man
the
with grown
judge.
kids.
It's
Ain't nobody
courtroom.
gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
She does. And
I
she'll
don't have a
remove
problem
you.
with doing what you asked me to do, not tell me.
Shut up. I'm
Just like
telling
when I
you.
asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record. But somehow I'm being
It-
intentionally disruptive.
it's
Come on, man.
it's electric
Stop.
time.
Just stop it.
Jury's
You
coming
stop
out.
it.
for the jury.
Not gonna work.
Shut up.
I'm supposed to be scared of being removed or something.
Shut up. The jury's on its way in. Shut up. And I think I still see his mask moving. I can't hear anything, but he's under his breath. He's mumbling. His jaw.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
No idea.
Statement continue its
It's just some
examination of this witness.
rando in the
I believe we're on
gallery, I
exhibit
think.
117.
Yes, we had 117. Madam Clerk, would you please turn the display
Because
back?
from the angle, he's not. He's
Mr. Johnson.
behind the bar.
Were there other items on the front passenger seat besides the blue winter hat?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do recall a cell phone being present on that front passenger
Hey,
seat.
was
Do
it
you
a
remember
cracked
what kind of
iPhone?
cell phone?
An iPhone.
Cracked screen?
I also see
Was it opened with a
some
7
items that
pattern?
look
code?
like maybe headphones or a charging cable, something like that. Do you see that, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer. The exhibits previously been received.
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
It's not
I
speculative.
do see that.
She's drawing
Do you
his
remember
attention to it
something
so
like
she
that
can
on the
ask
front
what it
passenger
is.
seat?
Yes.
Okay. And how about on the floorboard of the front passenger seat? Is there an item there, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
He
What do you
needs
remember
to
that
learn
item
what
was?
leading is.
A TV.
Okay.
Hey,
And to the left of the TV, the white colored object?
I always have a TV in my front seat.
I don't recall what that is.
Okay. But this is the exact
Oh,
way the passenger seat looked
I've
when you
got it.
recovered the vehicle, correct?
I've got it.
That's correct.
He was watching TV,
Now, if we could
so he
please go
didn't see
to
the
exhibit
parade in front of
116
him.
and put up for the witness only.
That's it. See, I'm a galaxy brain.
Sir, do you see exhibit
so
116 in
mad.
front of you?
So mad.
I do.
Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Do you believe this to be a true and accurate depiction of the interior of the SUV?
Yes.
Move to admit 116, permission to publish.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 117.
It's evidence.
Exhibit
It's
116
relevant.
is received. Permission to publish is granted.
What's in the photo of 116, please?
This is an overview of the rear passenger seat. That rear passenger compartment contains
What?
several clothing items and
That looks like
miscellaneous
a
items.
Okay.
faux
And
fur
was the
lined hood to a
condition of the
coat.
back seat like this when you found the vehicle, sir?
I don't know
Objection
what the
speculative.
red is.
Overruled. The
Was
witness
it
may
like
answer
this
based upon
when
his
you
knowledge of
found it?
recovering the vehicle from the scene and his training and experience.
Yes.
Now, for the witness only, I'm going to please ask Ms. Gussie to put up 113, 114, and 115 for his
He's
review.
so mad.
Go
You
ahead.
can tell he's furious
113
when
up?
he can't even
Yes.
look at the
Okay, do you
judge.
recognize
He's
that item?
staring at a spot
I
on
do.
the ceiling.
Next, 114.
So mad.
Do you recognize 114?
Yes.
I think that
And
whispering was
115, do you recognize 115?
one of the prosecutors
There it
to
is.
her.
I do.
Okay. Do you believe these three
As in
photographs truly and
conferring,
accurately depict
not mumbling.
the vehicle, these areas of the vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Move to admit 113, 114, and 115.
Objection,
Permission to publish.
relevancy.
Exhibits 113, 114, and 115 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
He's so mad.
Please.
I love it. I love him being mad. if
Jerry
he
would let me know when the
strokes
jury
out.
box.
Please describe 113, sir.
Hey, that's a bullet hole.
That is an apparent fired bullet defect that's in the windshield of the
Otherwise
Ford
known
Escape.
as a bullet hole.
Is that the rear view mirror on the left side of the picture?
Yes, this photograph would be from the inside looking through the windshield.
So
Were
it
you
would
able
be
to
the
tell
passenger
path
side.
of travel for the bullet?
Objection,
Yes,
speculative.
Please describe.
It's
Overruled. You may answer.
scientific.
yes.
Scientific.
The fired bullet that caused this defect
Scientific.
most likely came through that rear passenger window that was shattered and entered the vehicle and then exited the vehicle through the windshield.
So that's a exit damage that we're seeing there.
Yes.
How can you be sure?
Windshields have laminated glass, and so the directionality of a fired bullet going through laminate glass, there's an
Directionality.
indicative
That's a
laminate
good
tag, we
word.
call it. So that shows the direction of the fired bullet.
Number 114, please.
Laminated meaning windshields are multiple pieces of glass.
Please describe.
That's an apparent fired bullet defect. I call this a striking defect. That's on
a
the
glancing
roof grill of
blow.
the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why do you call it a striking defect?
It didn't penetrate any part of the vehicle. It was more of a glancing kind of ricochet.
Hey, that's what I said. Glancing.
And then number 115.
Good thing it didn't glance into a spectator.
And if you could zoom in on that back.
Hey, that's the
Thank you.
bullet hole I pointed out. Right next to the
Please
tail light.
describe.
This is an apparent fired bullet defect.
I
call
wonder if
this a
that's why
perforating
the
defect
high
because it actually went through the
brake
exterior door
light
skin,
didn't work.
and
I wonder if that hit the
went all the way
wiring.
through into the inside of the vehicle.
Did you ever find the fired round in the vehicle?
Yes, I did recover a fired bullet and fired bullet fragment from the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Okay. Was there any evidence that that bullet traveled any further than the cargo area of the SUV?
Objection, speculative.
He's
Overruled based on the
scientific.
witness's training and experience and examination of the
Once
vehicle.
again,
You may answer.
read the
No,
rules
the bullet
on
stayed
expert
in that rear
witnesses.
cargo area.
The judge pointed them out to you
Now,
a couple times.
aside from examining the interior and the
mad.
exterior of the vehicle at ground level, did you attempt to look underneath the vehicle?
Yes, the first processing strategy, if we go back to that, I
I
wanted to get
bet it
everything
went on a lift.
collected from all sides of the vehicle and inside of the vehicle before putting it on a vehicle lift to examine the undercarriage of the vehicle.
Imagine that.
So you did do that.
Yes,
What kinds of things are you looking for on the undercarriage?
Arms and
looking
legs.
for anything that shouldn't be normally present on the undercarriage of the vehicle. So I was looking for any hairs, fibers, any potential biological fluids such as blood.
Did you find any such objects?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I did.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, I did.
Did you
You
analyze?
had described for us earlier swabbing of the steering wheel on the interior of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
How do you go about swabbing a steering wheel, sir?
With a swab.
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
He
The
testified.
best way to collect
He was
DNA
testing
evidence
for
from a
DNA.
surface is to use
That's
a
relevant.
swab technique. Well, the first swab is a swab that's slightly moistened with deionized water, and basically swabbing the surface and then following up that swab with a dry swab. So it's a two swab process, a wet swab followed by a dry swab, and that becomes one item of evidence.
Same thing for the gear shift?
Yes.
What do you do with these swabs after you collect them?
Throw
I
them
put
out.
them into the appropriate container,
Oh,
and then seal that container, write my description of that particular item of evidence, and eventually that evidence is transferred to a unit at the crime laboratory for analysis. In this particular case, those
imagine
items,
that.
anything for DNA is going to be transferred to the DNA analysis unit.
I'm shocked.
Did that happen?
Yes, that did.
And how about the hat, States Exhibit 87?
Were
did that
there
get transferred to another unit for
Hairs?
further analysis, to your knowledge?
Yes,
Objection.
so any clothing item that's
Hold on, there was an objection.
so
Grounds,
Relevancy.
No,
the witness
it's
may continue
relevant.
answering.
He's so mad.
clothing items
So mad.
that
He's
are worn by individuals are
clenching
really good
his teeth,
source of
grinding his-
transfer of DNA.
Ooh,
So,
he's mad.
yes, I collected that hat and it was transferred to the DNA analysis unit.
Your report exhibit 90, did you believe that to be a true and accurate narration or summary, I should say, of your work in this case, sir?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit number 90, Your Honor.
Objection. Relevancy.
It's his
Overruled
report.
Exhibit 90
Of
is
course,
received.
it's relevant.
I don't have any other questions then, Your Honor.
Okay, buckle up.
Thank you.
He's
Excuse me,
so
please.
mad. He's so mad.
You said you do DNA analysis, correct?
No, I
He
did
collects
DNA analysis
DNA
for-
analysis.
nearly 10 years, I don't actually do DNA analysis anymore.
So at the time of the incident, were you doing DNA analysis?
No,
He
So
collected
who did the DNA
samples.
analysis on all the items that were found during
Probably
your investigation?
the next witness.
DNA analyst Trevor Nailed.
I bet that's the next
Did you
witness.
see the results of those DNA
Analyses.
Did you see the results of those DNA tests?
He doesn't know the plural of
We did have
analysis.
conversations.
Did you see them?
No,
He didn't testify to them
So it'd be
either,
fair
though.
to say you don't know what those results were.
He didn't testify to them.
I didn't verify
He
it. Like I
testified
said, we
about
just had
collecting them.
conversations.
The next witness will testify about
So
testing
do
them.
you know the results of the DNA analysis?
In particular, is there a particular item?
For any of the items?
I don't recall the exact results, no.
But he didn't testify about the results. He testified about the collection. Because for the results to come in, you need
And you made
that
reference
analyst.
to the gunshot that
I know
that
it's a
you
difficult
stated
concept.
stayed in the rear cargo. Where in the rear cargo did you find that shell casing?
Objection, that's a misstatement. It wasn't a shell casing, Your Honor.
Shell casing, fragment.
It's not a shell
same thing.
casing. It's a
Hold on,
bullet.
there's been an objection.
It's a bullet.
I'll sustain
That
the
is
objection.
very
This
different
mischaracterizes
than
the
a shell
testimony and ask
casing.
that you rephrase it.
Did you find a shell casing?
No.
A bullet fragment?
I found a fired bullet fragment.
Where did you find the fired bullet fragment?
It was really close proximity to where
I mean,
the
I don't
rear
like
latch
guns.
comes down.
I know the
and
difference between
hooks
a
in
shell
to
casing
stay
and a
closed.
bullet.
So on the floor of the rear cargo by where the actual cargo door comes down.
I mean, the shell casing
And
contains the bang bang powder
You said
and the primer that
a
makes the
latch
bang
that
bang
comes
powder
down?
go off,
Yeah, so how
which
doors
propels
latch,
the
like
lead
car doors latch, you know,
bullet
the latches.
out of
so
the
where
chamber.
the rear cargo door came down and latched, it was in really close proximity on the horizontal surface of that rear cargo area.
did you observe if the bullet fragment had struck anything?
It struck
The
some
car.
items in that rear cargo area.
Do you recall what it struck?
I don't.
It's almost like that didn't really matter. Ugh.
You made reference to a headband being on the rear view driver's side mirror, correct?
Correct, it was on the driver's door mirror.
And from your expertise, how would you, in your opinion,
That's true.
guess that it got there?
Not everyone would know.
By coming into contact with something or someone that was wearing it.
I think he probably knows.
And do
the
you know that for
difference.
sure?
No, but based off of my experience of a lot of years of examination of physical items of evidence.
You probably didn't hang the headband.
But it'd be fair to say that you don't
there
know
yourself.
exactly.
No, I wasn't at the parade. No.
And it's just a coincidence that it
And you stated
matches
that you were
the
present
lighted
for the towing of the
headbands that
vehicle,
all the
correct?
others in the
Yes.
group he mowed down wore.
Do you recall at any time anyone's attempting to start the vehicle?
No.
He wasn't doing
And
a
you stated that the
mechanical
bumper
analysis.
was,
Why would he?
I guess, moved at some point so it wouldn't drag under the vehicle? I'm guessing that's what you
That's
said. If
what he
I'm
said.
wrong, you can.
You're guessing that's
No,
what
that's
he
correct.
said.
Yeah,
What he said.
used bungee cords to secure it off the ground so that when we're moving it or putting it on the flatbed to go to the actual enclosed trailer, that it wouldn't be constantly going underneath the vehicle.
The front bumper wasn't built.
When
To
towing the
act as a
vehicle, what was it
snowplow.
placed on?
Because of the amount of traffic or cars that were parked on the road, the towing company couldn't get the enclosed trailer right to the end of the driveway. So the vehicle was put onto a flatbed truck and then driven a few houses down, where then it was transferred to an enclosed trailer and then removed from the scene.
So with the bumper, being that it was first placed on a flatbed truck, as you say,
They took pictures of the bumper before even putting it on
at that time, what the bumper had, what problem would the bumper had caused if it wasn't going to be physically dragged or anything at that point?
They had to drag it onto the
I'm not sure I
flatbed.
understand your
They
question.
didn't
What
lift
kind
it.
of problem would the bumper pose if the vehicle was on a flatbed truck?
They had to drag it
The whole
onto
point is-
Essentially, what I'm saying is to give you more clarity. How could the bumper be dragged at that point?
because they had to drag it onto the
It was being
flatbed.
removed from the surface of the driveway onto the flatbed.
They
So if the
didn't bring a
bumper
crane
weren't
in to
secured
lift it.
in an upright position, it would be pulled, and the bumper, as the vehicle is going this way, the bumper would be pulled underneath the vehicle.
So once it was secured on the flatbed truck, would the bumper still pose any problem?
The vehicle on the flatbed, the bumper was in a secured position.
If it wasn't bungee corded, would it have posed a problem?
Yes,
They
How
have,
so
they
if it
still
wasn't
have
moving?
to remove it from the flatbed.
the whole purpose was
Dummy.
to secure the bumper in place to preserve any physical evidence that might have been on the bumper.
And you,
This witness gets
do
it.
you recall
Talk
who
to
did
him
the
like
actual
he's
towing?
2.
The company is Complete Towing and Recovery.
And you stated to want to get the vehicle to a environmentally friendly,
To
secure
a
location.
location.
Yeah, a better term would be environmentally controlled.
What do you mean by environmentally controlled?
It's not going to rain.
Proper lighting,
Random people aren't going to walk
outside
in
of the
on it.
elements,
Evidence won't
outside
be
of view of the
spoiled.
public. So an enclosed building.
Why the reference to outside of the public?
Are you serious?
It's easier to do examinations in a controlled environment.
Because the public can't have access to.
Would it be fair to say at that
Evidence.
time, before it was told, the vehicle had been secured, checked?
They had cops secure
That
the
was
scene.
done.
They
That was
can't
done
have
out in
them
public.
guard
So
your
what
vehicle for
would be the
10
difference
months.
at that point?
I'm going to go back to my original statement of what my primary duty is.
At some
My
point, a
primary
witness
duty
just needs
is
to go, are you
preserve the integrity
serious?
of the evidence. So that night, I was concerned with doing the necessary steps that I deemed relevant to collect, and then get that
He
vehicle
really
to a
doesn't
more
want
suitable
pizza
environment,
night
just based off of
or mouth
how
night,
much
as you
more
put
work
it.
and analysis and processing that vehicle would entail.
Fundamentally, I follow what you're saying fundamentally.
Don't
The question,
comment.
though, is
Ask questions.
by the time you arrived to the scene where the vehicle was located, were you aware that the vehicle had essentially been already investigated?
It hadn't been. It had
So you
been
had no knowledge that the
secured.
vehicle had been secured, had been um, pretty much investigated by that
No, it
point.
hadn't.
Well, I was aware that the vehicle was in a secured state.
It hadn't
I
been
don't know what
investigated.
happened prior to that. It was very little information
had
that I
done
received on
an
the initial phone
initial
call because
search.
of the hectic nature of everything.
They had done an
So I had an
exigent
address
search.
and I knew that the vehicle was being secured by law enforcement.
So law enforcement were present when you arrived to the scene.
Yes.
And at that time, you had learned. Did you learn any knowledge from the law enforcement other than what you were told during the phone call?
No.
Do you recall who you were called by?
I was called by
Ghostbusters.
Special Agent in Charge Dave Clavundi of
Wait,
the
no.
Division of Criminal Investigations.
It's who you going to call Ghostbusters. They don't
Do
call
you recall what
so
time you arrived at the
strike
scene?
that.
I arrived at approximately 8:15 p.m.
Do you recall what time the vehicle was found?
I don't recall.
He wasn't there when it was found. He was there at 8:15. Approximately 3.5
Do
hours
you recall
later.
anyone telling you or mentioning what time the vehicle had been found?
I don't recall.
It's almost like that wasn't his job
So it'd be fair to say before
worried
you
about when it
arrived on
was
the scene,
found. His job
you have
was
no
to
knowledge of
collect and analyze
what's been happening around the vehicle.
That's correct.
It's a group effort. Not everyone needs to know everything.
You say you made reference to a hat being found in the background. Do you remember saying that?
In the background
Or
where?
in the backyard, rather. I'm sorry, not the background, the backyard, I meant to say.
Yes.
And at the time that you observed this hat in the backyard, do you, from your
Was there a head
expert
attached
opinion, do
to
you
the
recall
head?
it having any relevance to the vehicle?
No, it was an item of evidence or a potential item of evidence that just seemed out of place. So
they
in that-
collected it.
those types of situations, I always collect those types of items.
He probably asked
But you
the
weren't sure at the
homeowner,
time if it
is
had
that
any
your
involvement
hat?
with the
Does
actual
that
vehicle.
belong here?
Was there anything significant that stood out about the hat?
It was in the middle of the lawn.
Just the location.
Did you find any blood on the hat? Did you find, or is it just pretty much just a hat in the backyard?
I didn't do a thorough examination of the hat.
That hat hasn't come in
So
as
as far as
evidence
you
yet
were concerned,
anyway.
it was basically just taking in the evidence as a precautionary thing, or
Yeah, it was an item that just seemed out of place. So I collected that hat.
Because you collect everything
did you at any
that
time
seems out of place.
obtain knowledge about the relevancy of that?
No.
And so it hasn't been offered as an exhibit.
All the photographs that you were shown, had you seen those photographs before today?
Yes.
Do you recall if they were taken the same night of your investigation or multiple nights or days, rather?
There were multiple days.
I mean, on scene, they were taken
And do you
that
recall
day.
why you had to, or do you recall why those photos had to be taken over a multiple day span?
Yes, the vehicle
It-
needed a comprehensive evaluation or processing examination of pretty much every single side and surface of that vehicle.
It takes time
And
to
do
investigate.
that, photograph wise, would have took days.
Yes.
Yes,
So when did
It
you start?
takes time to investigate.
When did you start actually uh, doing an investigation of the items inside of the vehicle?
that would have been the 22nd, November 22nd.
So the next day.
Correct.
But
And
why
so
didn't
did you
you
yourself
work
do,
through the night?
Analyst of the outside of the vehicle,
Yes,
same day, 22nd of November.
yes,
So you kind of started the outside and the inside pretty much roughly at the same time.
yes.
Do you recall how long your complete investigation took?
Mine along with my colleagues?
Yours.
Mine. The examination itself of just me examining the vehicle,
Just you.
probably over 40 hours. And that does not include the report that I'm writing. It doesn't include the process of going through the report, everything. But my examination, at least 40.
And so I'm assuming you did the report after you completed the initial investigation part.
Yes, the report's a summary of my processing.
And define summary. What do you mean by summary?
It pulls everything together. It details
Hello,
my
Sly.
examinations and any findings I have from those examinations.
I always view summary as
You've missed out
not
on some
every detail, but
Blow
pretty
ups
much
today.
like it's as much as would be relevant, but not every single detail. Would that be fair to say?
This report is comprehensive in the terms of it lists every single item that was collected.
So why would you refer to it as a summary?
It's a summary of the examination and processing. That's the best way to describe it. It's not a dictation. In other words,
What do you mean by dictation?
there are other reports that other agencies may do that are dictated, right? I did this, then I did this, then I did this. This is a summary. This isn't a dictated report.
So what exactly did you summarize in your report?
His
My
findings.
examination and processing strategies that I used and the items of evidence collected and any relevant findings associated with those examinations.
Did you do any examination of the cell phones?
Don't
No, I
insult
collected those and
Kermit.
transferred those to a detective with the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall who that detective was?
David, his last name is spelled, I believe, Foyen, Foyen.
Probably.
So at the
I'd
time
like
that
to
you
get
turned
my
the
pilot
phones
license
over,
at
did
some
you
point.
do any more work in regards to the phones?
No,
We already had someone testify about the phones, didn't we?
Do you recall doing any investigation on the airbag control module?
no, I don't do that.
Do you recall obtaining a search warrant to conduct an inspection on the ACM?
I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't understand you.
An inspection of what?
The ACM, I guess that would be the air control module. I'm guessing that's what that's
Thank you.
referencing.
No, since I don't do that type of analysis or examination, I didn't obtain any search warrant with that.
Any reason why I would say that in the paperwork?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. As to what paperwork you're referring to.
I'm guessing. I don't know what it will be called, but it says conclusion inspection summary. And the conclusion inspection or conclusion/inspection summary. Do you
Is it
recall?
from this witness?
Huh?
Is it from this witness?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
I don't think that is from this witness, John. I don't see anything like that in this Exhibit 90. Are you perhaps still looking at Inspector Schultz's report from the State Patrol, the last witness?
Probably.
What page number do you have? And I'll take a look at it and I'll compare it.
This says page 5.
Yeah, he's looking at the last exhibit from Inspector Schultz. 83.
Well,
He's a moron.
It says Chief Christopher Johnson.
Oh, it does say that in 83.
Yeah,
It says, if I can read for completeness, or you can, it says, upon arrival, I met with crime scene chief Christopher Johnson from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
No. That's not what I'm reading from.
Okay. Chief Johnson had obtained a search warrant to conduct the mechanical inspection and to image the data retained.
This is
within
the rule of
state's airbag
completeness.
control module ACM,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that was written by Inspector Schultz, who just testified, not this witness. To clarify the record here.
Thank you.
I apologize for that. It's all in the same paperwork with
It's your job
Chief
to
Johnson.
understand the
Maybe that's where
paperwork.
the confusion comes in.
The record would reflect this witness. His last name is Johnson, so I think that's
Yeah,
understandable.
I didn't know. I was just reading what I have here.
Fair enough, keep going.
It's your job to figure it out.
Do you recall at any time obtaining any type of search warrants pertaining to the vehicle in this incident?
Yes, I have obtained a copy of the search warrant.
He didn't request the warrant, though.
And do you remember what that search warrant was for? What
search
was
the
intended
vehicle.
Search?
To search the vehicle and process it for any
And
biological fluids, hairs, fibers, any electronic equipment, any personally identifying information.
basically
And,
to search everything.
The ACM would fall under the lines of the mechanical side of.
Yes.
At any time during your inspection, did you observe anyone try to start the vehicle?
I think that was asked.
When
and
I was
answered.
with Investigator Schultz, when he came to my laboratory, he attempted to start it.
I think they have one more witness that they want to get in today. He's objecting because he wants to get back for movie night or something. But he's the one wasting time. So, one way or another, I think one more witness. It's
And after
assuming they're able
you
to.
already
It's
stated that your
it's the
initial part of your investigation
detective
before
or
the
sergeant
report,
we heard from at
totaled
the
40
very
hours.
beginning, I think.
At that
They want
time,
to recall
after
him.
you had completed your report,
So I think it's just
did you do any more investigating
to
in regards to the
rehab,
vehicle?
get in
After my
the
report was
injuries,
complete?
Yeah,
to
after you
dancing
had
grannies
done
that
the 40 hours
that witness
that you stated with,
misstated.
and then the actual report.
No. Once my report's done, I didn't do any
I'm
further
guessing that's
examination.
why they're recalling him, if they can, if he hasn't been released from his subpoena. Of course, I
And
think he
after
hasn't been because
that was completed,
Brooks
had you
wouldn't let him be
received
released.
any
He wanted
follow-up
to
from law
call him.
enforcement after you
He was
had
on his witness
completed
list.
everything?
No.
So
Had you yourself
I'm guessing the state
followed
gets
up
him
with law
back on the
enforcement
stand
about the
just to say,
investigation after you completed?
was she injured?
your
Was
initial
she
report?
injured? Was
No.
she injured? And then they're done, is my guess. And then Brooks, I don't know if he does it tonight if the state rests or first thing tomorrow before his opening, should bring a motion to dismiss saying the state didn't prove its charges. You know, the state didn't prove every element of every charge and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, he should be able to point out they did. I'm frozen, I think. Come on.
You
don't do
yourself
this
didn't
to
file
me.
any claims in this matter, did you?
No.
Do you know of anyone who filed any
He's
claims
on
in
to
this matter?
sovereign citizen.
I don't.
He's doing the sovereign citizen stuff. Okay. If I was
Do you
frozen
recall who you were subpoenaed by to testify?
before he started his sovereign
I
citizen
was
nonsense,
subpoenaed by District Attorney Sue Opper.
he
Do you recall
But yeah,
when that was?
should, after the
I believe it
state
was
rests,
sometime,
bring a motion to dismiss.
don't exactly
but he
recall
has to say they didn't prove each and every
And did
element
you,
of every
did you
crime.
follow up
But he
on that
should bring
subpoena
specificity for some of
after
them
you had received it?
if he specifically thinks they didn't. Because at this point, I kind of think there are a few that haven't been proven, which is why I think they're trying to recall the detective from the beginning of the case. But
Have you at any time seen or read
it's 5
any
o'clock.
complaints in regards to this incident?
It's 5
No.
o'clock in Wisconsin. The judge indicated she was willing to go to 6 tonight. So if the detective's there, they could rest tonight. And if they do, I'm going to try not to hit the snooze
Do you know who
button
the plaintiff is in
tomorrow
this matter?
because
the state of Wisconsin.
tomorrow should open with
Would
fireworks.
you label that as a person, an actual human? Grounds.
Sustained.
Okay,
Not relevant.
on my screen, I like right now, I
You
don't
ever
see myself
actually
moving.
seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
But I'll try to string the Ethernet too instead of relying on Wi-Fi.
If you saw the plaintiff, would you be able to identify the plaintiff?
Objection.
Shot him
Grounds.
down.
Sustained.
Brooks, if you want to
11,
get
sir,
back to the
please
jail
move on to
at a
different
decent
item.
time, stop. You complain
Just trying to
about staying
establish who the
late.
plaintiff is, Your Honor.
Don't bring commentary. The jury will disregard. But he's the one that complains that they're staying late, but he's the one
Do
wasting
you see
time.
the plaintiff present in court today?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
90611, Judge. Come on. It's the end of the day. 90611.
Would you
And
consider yourself to be an injured party in this matter?
No.
No further questions.
Oh.
Redirect.
Just very briefly. Mr. Johnson, you said when you arrived on Maple Street, there were police officers present,
That's correct.
and you said the vehicle was secure at that point.
Correct.
Objection.
What do you mean?
Leading.
No.
The answer may stand. Next question. Overruled.
What do you mean by that, sir?
The perimeter was secured with crime scene tape, and there were
I mean,
officers that
You'll
were
get my commentary one way or another.
standing at the location
just-
where the vehicle
Whether
was.
it's 10 minutes
Was it-
behind.
Would it have been possible for a member of the public or any curious person to just walk up and touch the vehicle or do anything to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculative.
No.
Based upon his training and experience, he may answer. Overruled.
He can testify that the scene was secure.
They would have been stopped by law enforcement.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step
Oh.
down.
He's
Well,
so
he's stepping down.
mad.
If my jurors and anyone else in the courtroom want to stand, I do want to get through one more witness tonight.
He is so
And then,
mad.
The exhibits that Mr. Johnson has, Your Honor, what would you like done with those?
I'll take them.
All right.
I mean, just look at the look in his eyes. You can't see his full face,
Yes.
obviously, but he is so mad.
What was 87?
87 is a hat.
I'm not sure if I did move that, but I would move that into evidence, so we will need that item for the next witness. Please.
Okay, I'll put that back.
Thank you.
Objection to that.
No,
Objection.
Before you showed me that, I didn't even see what that was. If you would have
I'll
never
show it to
told,
you again.
I know, but if you never would have told me, I never would have even know
Told.
what that was, because I didn't see it till you just moved it.
The witness had it up on the stand, but here it is. It's exhibit marked as exhibit 87.
You would have
Why is it?
known if
They
you
had
weren't
moved it
throwing a
to
wobbly
evidence,
when the
There's an
state
objection.
presented it.
Yes,
as
there is an
evidence.
objection.
Overruled based upon the testimony of the prior witness. It is received. And who do we have coming up to the stand?
Your Honor, the state next calls Trevor Naled, and for the record, he was handed a copy of Exhibit 91
Okay,
on his
I
way
was wrong.
to the witness stand.
I guess this witness and then
All right. Thank you,
potentially
sir. Could you please stand and raise your
recalling
right hand? My
the-
clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that
investigator,
the testimony you're
whatever,
about to give
tomorrow.
is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Be seated. And just for the record, what is 91? I know you're going to get to it, but
91 is Mr. Naled's report, Your Honor.
all right,
Okay, so
thank you. And-
he'll be the DNA
all right,
technician
good.
to
Yes,
testify
evening, sir.
about the
The
DNA.
first thing I will have you do is
evidence
to state your first
collected
and
by
last
the
names
previous
for the
witness.
record, and then spell each, please.
Sure. My name is Trevor Naled, TREVORNALEID.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name.
He's
Sir,
probably
where do
used
you
to
work?
I am employed by the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And what is your position there?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit.
Like
How
I
long have you
said,
worked there?
11 and a half years.
Could you please describe the work you do there?
Sure. I examine evidence for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and then attempt to extract the DNA from those items. From there, I will make comparisons to standards from known individuals in the case.
And what's your educational background, please?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse.
His
in
educational background
biochemistry,
is
and a
he
master's
am
degree
smart.
from the University of Florida in forensic DNA and serology.
Serology.
Do you have any training specific for your position at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I do, yes.
Please describe that for the jury.
I underwent approximately a 1-year-long internal training program that included the screening techniques we use,
So, yep.
presumptive and
Him
confirmatory
am
tests
smart.
for blood, semen, and saliva. Excuse me. From there, I learned the extraction techniques, quantitation, amplification, and typing methods that our lab uses. From there, I learned data interpretation as well as statistical analysis.
Oof.
Did you do any casework while you were in training?
Mock cases.
Okay.
I completed two competency tests, 2 mock cases, a mock court, and then after completing those, I completed an extensive written exam as well as statistical tests.
Did you actually work with DNA samples, processing and analyze DNA samples during your training?
I did, yes.
About how many times?
About 175 samples.
Is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
Our lab's accredited under the ISO 17025-2017. Essentially, it's just a voluntary program that any lab can enter to show that it meets established standards. They control our proficiency testing that's done twice a year.
And so
Do
he's
you
an expert
personally have any
witness.
certification or accreditation personally?
No, just the lab accreditation.
Just the lab, okay.
And his bachelor's and master's degree.
How many
and
forensic DNA cases have you
year-long
worked?
training
Just over
program.
500.
And about how many DNA samples have you processed?
Over
Objection.
2,000.
Overruled. The witness may answer. I'm sorry. Will you repeat your answer?
Over 2,000.
That's
Have
only
you
4
previously
per
testified
case.
in court before?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer. As a reminder, there may be objections. Please wait until I rule on those objections until you answer. Go ahead. You may answer.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a little bit further about DNA analysis and how that works, okay?
Sure.
What is DNA? We hear a lot about it. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially the genetic blueprint that makes us what we are. It codes for us to have 2 legs, 2 arms, hair color, eye color, etc.
And where's DNA found in the human body?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
DNA is found in the nucleus of a cell.
Is it the same in every cell throughout the body?
In every cell that has a nucleus, yes, such as white blood cells and skin cells.
And is that important in your analysis?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. You may answer.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Objection, leading.
Why is not a leading question.
It's important because we can take samples, evidentiary samples.
Why is as
from
far
blood
from leading as
or
you can get.
saliva and compare them with known standards, which are typically buccal swabs, which are swabs from the inside of the cheek, or dried blood standards in the case.
Does each individual have unique DNA?
Everybody except identical twins is unique.
Okay.
And even
Are
there,
you
there's
familiar with
research
something
into
known as STR
sort of
analysis?
environmental
Objection,
DNA
Overruled.
Sort of
Foundational. The witness may answer.
epigenetics, I think
Yes,
is what
I
it's
am.
called.
What is STR analysis, please?
STR stands for short tandem repeat analysis. Over 99% of DNA is the same from person to person. So we're looking at that 1% that varies from individual to individual.
Even species to species.
Short tandem repeats
There's
are
so much
very
that's the
small
same.
sequences of DNA that repeat over and over. So at one location, I may have 12 of these repeats where another individual may have 14.
Is that distinction important?
Yes.
Why?
We can type standards from anybody associated with the case and make comparisons from the evidentiary profile to the standards to either include or exclude.
He's not going to know how to
individuals.
cross-examine this dude.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 91. Do you have that item in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is 91, please?
It's after
91
the
is
one
my
after
confidential
90.
report of laboratory findings dated
Before
April
92.
29th, 2022.
And do you know if it relates to events occurring in the city of Waukesha on November 21 of 21?
Objection leading.
No.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Were you given some items to process for DNA analysis?
I was, yes.
Were you given DNA standards to compare any profiles that you may develop from the evidence to known individuals in the case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember who you got standards from?
I do.
Are you able to name
Darrell
them? Or
Brooks.
if you need to refer to your report, you may, but just let us know.
And possibly
I'll read
from-
the report.
You may read off your
Victims.
report. What page are you reading from, sir?
I will be reading
Because remember, there were
page 2.
samples taken
Go
from
ahead.
the outside.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may do so.
I received buccal swabs, so cheek swabs from Erica Patterson as well as Darrell Brooks.
Hey, that's
I
the
received
ex-girlfriend.
dried blood standards from Wilhelm Hospital,
He
Tamara
died.
Durand, Jane Kulik,
Dead.
Leanna
Dead.
Owen,
Dead.
Virginia Sorensen,
Dead.
and Jackson Sparks.
Dead.
Is there a difference between those two, the method in which they were submitted?
Two of them
the
were
bubble swab
alive.
Versus the
6
dried
of
blood
them
standard?
were dead.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes,
Are you able to do the same thing with them?
I am, yes.
And what is that?
Just extracting the DNA off them to essentially put a profile to the individual.
Okay. And how do you use those profiles that you develop from the known standards?
We compare them to the evidentiary profiles that we develop.
All right. Now, you processed many items related to this case. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to direct your attention to just a few select items for my purposes, okay? On page 7 of your report, Exhibit 91, you have reported on analysis you were able to perform on some swabs from the steering wheel of the vehicle in question. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And the swabs were obtained by another member of the crime lab, is that right?
Objection speculative.
No, he knows.
Overruled. The
We
witness may
just
answer.
we just heard
That's
from
correct.
the
How do they get
analyst who did
Uh,
take the
They were
swab.
collected by analyst Chris, our chief now, Chris Johnson in Milwaukee.
Who
and they
just
were mailed over
testified.
to the Madison lab.
Remember how Brooks
to you? Were
tried
you able
to
to develop any DNA
cross-examine him
profiles from the swabs
about
of the
the
steering wheel in
DNA
this
profiles
case?
Yes, I
from
was.
What were your findings?
those swabs?
It was a 2-person mixture with at least one male.
Can you explain for the jury what that means, please?
So it's
We
probably
can look at a profile
Darrell
and based
Brooks and
on
Mommy.
how many peaks there are at different locations. Each person will have a maximum of 2. So if you have 3 peaks at a location, you know that you have more than one person there. And so in this case, we were able to say that it was a 2-person mixture.
Were you able to identify who those 2 people would be?
Objection speculative.
no.
Overruled.
It's
The witness may answer based
scientific
upon training,
analysis.
experience, and investigation and analysis in this case.
Yes,
How did you do that, sir?
I ran it through
Science.
this program called StarMix.
Is that a computer program?
Yes, it is.
What is that, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
StarMix is a mixture deconvolution software that we use. Previously, it was pretty difficult to distinguish different contributors in mixtures. And now we have this software that's actually a 2-part program to do that.
How does it work?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Learn what
The first part
leading
takes
is.
inputs by the analyst, such as number of contributors. So we'll look at the profile and determine
He's
that.
going to object
But
to
it
every
also
question
looks at the total amount
when
of
the state's
DNA
crossing again.
amplified,
Leading,
essentially makes its
which
own
they can do on cross.
profile for comparison purposes. It will then compare it to the actual profile and determine if it's a good enough match. It will then generate another completely random profile, and if it's better and a better match, it will accept it. If it's not, it will deny it. And it will keep doing the accept over and over hundreds of thousands of times until it has a profile that is a very, very good match to the theoretical profile.
Safe to say,
DNA
a human
evidence is
being
the most
be
exciting.
very challenged to do the same analysis.
It would take a very long time, yes.
Okay. And the software that you use, the STAR Mix or STR Mix, is that used in other labs around the country, sir?
Objection speculative. Don't know it's used around the country.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
Is it a reliable method of performing DNA analysis, in your opinion, sir?
Yes, it is.
Has it been accepted in courts and other cases?
Objection speculative.
It's not
Overruled, the witness may
speculative.
answer.
Yes, it has.
More than once?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
Do you know about how many times
He's
STAR Mix has
grasping
been
at
used in
straws.
Wisconsin courts?
Objection speculative.
Overruled,
Thousands.
the witness may answer.
Since we brought it online in January of 2020, it's been accepted over 100 times in
Wow.
the state of Wisconsin.
In
Did you
Wisconsin.
have to receive
Thousands
some
overall.
specific training in how to utilize this software?
Yes, I did.
And did you complete the courses?
Yes, I did.
Did you use STAR Mix to analyze the DNA profile, this two-person mixture from the steering wheel of the Ford Escape?
Objection leading.
Overruled, foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What conclusion did you draw?
Based on it being a two-person mixture, Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks are both very strong. support for
hey.
inclusion.
Imagine
They're
that.
both greater, or it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile.
That
It's a mixture
is a big
resulting
number.
from them plus an unknown over 2 unknowns.
So the odds of it being Mr. Brooks' DNA versus some other random person in the world are very, very rare, correct?
Objection
It's
leading.
like
and I don't
almost-
consent to being called that name.
The objection is noted. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the
One in a
question.
billion of 1 in a
Can you
billion.
explain for us what you mean by very strong support for inclusion?
Yeah, we have a verbal qualifier based off of the validation that the company, the StarMix creators, as well as an internal validation have come up with. And the highest number we'll report is greater than 1 quadrillion. So this is higher than the number than, or we're reporting greater than 1 quadrillion, but the number is actually higher than that.
Okay. I'd like to move on then to the gear shift. Did you receive swabs from the gear shift of the red SUV?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
That was a 3-person mixture, also with at least 1 male.
I'm sorry, you trailed off at the end. A 3-person mixture, what?
With at least 1 male contributor.
Okay. Were you able to do any further analysis on that DNA profile?
I ran that through StarMix as well.
And what conclusion did you reach?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the
No.
witness may answer.
Asking
The same
him
as
if
the
something
steering
is
wheel.
his
So
conclusion would be
Erica
leading.
Patterson and Darrell Brooks are both very strong support for inclusion.
Meaning that their DNA is on that gear shift.
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Please, again, state in layman's terms for the jury what that means, sir.
Both Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks, there's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely that it's the mixture of, it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it's a mixture from H1, meaning the person of interest, and 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns.
The person of interest being Darrell Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name and just leading the
Who
witness.
cares?
Overruled. Noted, but overruled. You may answer.
We run StarMix for the profile itself, and then each individual standard is run. So each person will have its own individual stat. So in this case, both Erica and Darrell are greater than 1 times 10 to the 15th, which is our 1 quadrillion.
All right, thank you. Sir, up on the table to your left, there's an item in a bag that's been marked as exhibit number 87. You see that? Yes, could you pull that down and take a look at that for me, please?
Objection. How did that get there?
Do you recognize exhibit number 87?
I do, yes.
At some point,
And
though,
is that an
the
item that
state
you
would
worked on?
just object.
Yes, it
It's
is.
cumulative.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from exhibit 87?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
That was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male contributor.
And were you able to analyze that further using StarMix?
I was.
What conclusions did you reach?
Erica Patterson has very strong support for exclusion. Darrell Brooks has strong support for exclusion. Wilhelm Hospital has very strong support for inclusion. He is
Hey.
above that 1 quadrillion threshold. that we
So
Okay.
Bill Hospital was hit by the car right before he
And
died.
Last, I'm not
Or
sure,
even
Madam Clerk, if you still
simultaneously with
have
him dying.
the exhibit handy. If not, we can just talk about it. I'm looking for the sweatshirt that was item number 84, exhibit 84. It is? Okay. Judge, would you please hand that to the witness?
Yes, the record reflects I'm handing exhibit number 84 to the witness. Go ahead.
Thank you.
What was the other exhibit number?
Exhibit.
The hat is 87 and the sweatshirt is 84.
Sir, do you recognize item number 84 or exhibit number 84, I should say?
I do.
Is that an item that you processed?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from exhibit 84?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
I first looked at this. Typically, we'll swab if we're trying to find the wearer of an item, areas that skin contacts. So on shirts, a lot of times we'll swab the back of the neck area or the cufflinks. So I swabbed both of those. There was a reddish brown stain on the right sleeve that tested presumptive positive for blood. So I took that, a cutting of that.
Oh, hey,
And then there
more
were 5
blood
hairs,
from the
or
blood
more than 5 hairs,
analyst.
but I took 5 hairs that looked like they had roots on them for extraction.
Okay. And
I
were
think
you
we're
able
going to call
um,
this witness Dexter.
develop any DNA profiles from any of those
Any objections to calling him
swabbings
Dexter?
or hairs?
Yes, I was.
Which? Let's start with swabs.
Or is he more of a Masuka?
The swabbing of
That's his name, isn't it?
the
Masuka?
collar of the sweatshirt was a 3-person mixture
Been a
with
little
at least
while.
1 male.
How about the cuffs of the
Vince. Vince
sweatshirt?
Masuka.
The cuffs were also a 3-person mixture with 1 male.
And how about the stain on the right cuff?
That was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Going back to the collar, the swab of the collar, did you use StarMix software to rule in or out the possibility of Mr. Brooks being included in that profile?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Just
That's
leading the
nice.
witness.
Noted, overruled, the witness may answer.
It's
Yes,
getting
I
to that point of the day.
What
I've
was
got
your
to
finding?
close the blinds.
Mr. Brooks has very strong support for inclusion. He's above that 1 quadrillion threshold.
Okay. How about the cuffs on the sweatshirt? What was your finding and ultimate conclusion as to Mr. Brooks' likelihood of DNA in that mix?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Leading the witness.
Noted, overruled, the witness may answer.
That three-person mixture with at least one male, same thing. Darrell Brooks was very strong support for inclusion, greater than 1 quadrillion times.
And the last item you said was a stain on the right cuff of the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you reach any ultimate conclusion as it relates to that item?
That was a two-person mixture with at least one male contributor.
Or what was your conclusion?
Both Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks are very strong support for inclusion.
You said that substance was a presumptive positive for blood?
Correct.
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions at this time, but I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence, his report, Your Honor.
Objection, of course.
Thank you. I'll take it. Exhibit 91 is received. Any reason to keep the exhibits in the witness?
Can I see that last exhibit? I'm thinking of
91?
the
Or the
87
sweatshirt?
with the sweatshirt.
You want me to hold it up? Or
Yeah. Is that 87?
That is 84.
84?
The hat is 87.
This hat that I'm holding up is 87. And then he has 91, which is his report. I'll keep that in front of him for now, or he can keep that in front of him for now. Go ahead when you're ready.
These DNA analysis with star mix. I'm a little curious to get clarification on what does it mean when you say mixture? What exactly does that mean?
It means there's a profile.
A mixture just means that
a swab
is
picks up multiple
more than one person
profiles.
present in the profile.
And star mix isolates them. You might even call it
So
star
by
unmix.
it being more than one person present in the profile, would it be fair to say that that would constitute it being more than one person?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's why they use the software to isolate the profiles.
The gear shift had a three-person mixture. So would that apply to the gear shift the same, that it would likelihood there's three different
Hey, look, he's
people's DNA on the
learning.
gear shift?
He can count to 3.
And for the steering wheel, a two-person mixture. So that would be two people
Yeah,
for DNA for the steering wheel.
that's what
Correct.
he just testified to. And how many did you analyze the DNA for the state of Wisconsin? That's a loud typer. Five
Do you
total
recall when you did this
possible.
DNA analysis?
Because we don't know that they're
Analyzation, rather, I'm
mutually
sorry.
exclusive.
On any specific item or all of them.
Do you recall when you did all the items, I guess?
So most of the items were collected in November. They were not transferred to the Madison lab until the end of January. So I started, I believe January 31st was the first day that I started analysis. And then my report,
But why
written
so
April
long?
29th.
So you started the analysis at the end of January,
Correct.
and you did your report in April. Why so long?
I
Oh,
generated 583 pages and my report's 15 pages long. So that takes a little bit of time.
So you broke down the 583 pages into 15.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, do you know why it took from November to January for you to actually get the items that you were going to analyze for DNA?
Investigations
Other than me
take
picking up the case,
time.
then not really. No, I don't know.
It takes time. It takes time to collect the samples. It takes time.
Do you know where the items were kept
everything.
prior to you receiving them?
Yes.
Can you stay for the jury and for the record?
For the jury and
Our
the
evidence
record.
technicians, when they came to the Madison lab, put them into storage where all evidence is stored.
Were the items sealed like they are now?
Yes.
And so I'm assuming you had to unseal them, get them out of the sealing packages.
Yeah, and
to
that
do
would
the
be on a
analyzation. Would that be
log.
fair to say?
On the evidence
correct, yes.
log, it says who unsealed it and when,
And did you
and then who
did you yourself
resealed
alone
it.
do the analyzation, or did you have other people that you worked with?
I did all of the DNA myself.
With
Did you
Star Mix.
repackage the items after you were done yourself?
Yes, I did.
It'll be on
And
the
did
log.
you return them back to where you had received them from, or did you keep them at your, I think you said the Madison lab?
I'm based out of the Madison lab, yes. Typically, when we're done with evidence, we will return them to our evidence technicians, who will then put them back into storage. When
For
the case is done,
collection.
the evidence is then returned to the submitting agency.
So the items are still at your lab, is from your knowledge?
No, they'd have been returned to
No.
Waukesha.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I asked that. Let me give you some clarity. I asked that because you said at the completion
It'll
of the
be
case, they would
returned.
be
No,
returned
at the
to
completion of the
the agency
investigation, they'll be returned
received them from.
to
So I was
the
kinda
investigating agency, he
trying to
said.
get clarity on that.
The
So do you know
investigating
if they were
agency
returned to the
is
agency you
Waukesha
received them from
Police.
already?
I believe they were.
So it'd be fair to say in this situation, the items weren't continued to be stored at the Madison
They
lab.
weren't continue to be stored at.
That's correct.
Grammar is a thing. It would help you more efficiently question witnesses if you learned grammar. I know it's a crazy concept.
A lot of these DNA analysis, I noticed that specifically DNA was analyzed for 8 people. Would that be fair to say?
Sounds right, yes.
You, Erica, and the 6
And-
people you killed.
Specifically referring to the analysis that had 3-person mixtures and things of that nature. What happens to the 3rd-person mixture that is excluded?
It wasn't excluded. They didn't have a match for
I'm
it.
sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well,
They didn't.
I guess I'm referring to
They collected.
when someone is excluded,
They
which I interpret
collected
as
control
ruled
samples,
out.
comparison samples for
There's
you and
still that
Erica. Those are the
mystery 3rd
2
mixture.
in the car.
Can that 3rd mixture be identified?
If they have
in some
someone
way,
to
or
match it to.
how does
Yeah.
that work?
I'm sorry.
If they have
yes, we
someone
would
to
need
match
a
it
standard
to.
submitted from another person who they believe could possibly be the source of that DNA.
So would it be fair to say for the analysis that you did that had 3-person mixtures,
if
There's still
they
a DNA
collected,
that you found that's unknown.
That's correct.
they only collected comparison samples for 2 people inside the car, and they collected comparison samples for 6 people outside the car, for the 6 you murdered. All the other victims,
And can you explain
there
what
would have been
is
blood for them
CODIS?
too,
Is that pronounced right?
potentially.
CODIS or Kodak?
Yes, it is.
Combined
Can you explain
DNA
what CODIS is?
CODIS
information
stands for the
service?
Combined DNA Index System.
Index, not
and
information.
It is a database of known individuals.
I was so close.
And when you find that a DNA, I'm guessing, I don't know if the right word to use would be sample, or I don't know if that's correct. When you come to the conclusion that
This is
a
why
DNA sample
this is
is
why
not
so many
eligible for entry
people
into
are
CODIS, what exactly does that mean?
confused by his
There are certain
questions.
rules that we must abide by for putting profiles into CODIS, depending on where it's collected from. Pretty much determines the eligibility.
You don't
Whether
want
or
a
not we can
potential
put it in.
victim to end up in CODIS to be targeted as a criminal later on down the line. You want them to have privacy. CODIS is generally the criminal DNA database. People accused or convicted of crimes are entered into CODIS, not crime victims. He doesn't understand DNA. Although he is doing better than I would have expected.
One of your
This is the
analysis
DNA
had a
analyst.
4-person mixture. Were you able to determine out of the 8 DNAs that you ran if
I'm sure this 4-person mixture is on the outside, so it's
any of those DNAs were found on that
multiple of your
specific item?
victims.
Your Honor, I object that it's vague. I'm not sure which item he's referring to.
It
I'm
is
referring
vague.
to it says brim of maroon winter style hat.
What page are you on, please, sir?
6.
All right, so you want directing the witness to page 6?
Yes.
That particular item?
Yes, that's where I'm reading from. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you ask the question?
Yeah, I said this one in particular, the one I'm referring to,
Exactly.
has a 4-person mixture.
All right. I'll be back in a second.
Did-
I'm going
did
to
your
leave it playing,
analysis-
though.
Identify any one of those 4 people out of the 8 DNA samples that you were analyzing?
No, it did not.
Would it be fair to say for pretty much all the items that you did analysis on, there were at minimum 2 or 3-person mixtures?
No.
And why would you say that?
Typically in our reports, we lump the star mix samples together. If you look before that, it will have items that were single source profiles.
That's why I said the majority or if not all. I didn't say every single one.
I wouldn't say the majority, no.
Certainly looks that way. The is it autosomal? How do you say that word? I'm sorry.
Autosomal.
Autosomal STR-DNA results and conclusions. That starts on page 5. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. Yes.
And ends on page 13. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. Yes.
These late court sessions are uncomfortable when I'm chugging down water.
Would it be fair to say that page 13, 12,
Okay. It's going to take
11,
longer than you think for the
10,
verdict. I'm saying at
9,
least half a day, if not a full day.
8, 7,
There's going to be so much. There's going to be so much paperwork to do.
and 6. Out of all those pages,
Which word was
only
it?
3
Which one? Which one? Which
have
one?
single source, and all the rest of them have at least 2 or 3 mixtures. Would that be fair to say?
And Star Mix
And can you point out
separates
where
them.
the inaccuracy may be,
Sure.
in case I'm not being accurate?
Yeah, on page 6,
In
the
case.
first profile that you're looking at, cuttings of the apparent hair from the gas tank strap. That's a single source profile.
That's 1.
The next line, the cutting of the unlit end of the blunt is 1.
2.
Cuttings of the apparent roots from the hairs, which is CC4, CC5, and CC8. So that's 3 items right there.
So you're looking at the actual heading.
That's correct.
And is that it from?
They are a properly impaneled
page,
jury
yes.
of his peers. So, yes.
Any other pages?
Which directions, forward or backwards?
I don't consent to being called that name. We're going
That's nice.
from page 6.
Are you asking single source profiles?
To page 7. From page 7, do you see any single source? Or yes, I guess it would be called single source.
No. From page 6 to 13, as you previously stated, those are my Star Mix ones. So each one of those is going to be a mixture profile.
That has
So
been
the
an
majority of them
objection.
have mixture.
I have no
A
peers,
mixture of
therefore
persons.
I can't have a
In
jury
those
of my
pages, yes,
peers.
there are many single source profiles before the Star Mix.
And Moorish sovereign citizens demand only Moors on their juries. It's a delusion. It's fascinating, but it's a delusion, and it's dangerous. Like I said, it's all fine and good laughing at them getting traffic tickets, but it's a dangerous delusion. I'd say this takes it to its dangerous conclusion, but I think it's the ones that killed the cops in West Memphis, Arkansas. Not as far as I know. He's
Do you recall
not
who you
wearing a
turned
fez.
your report over to once you finished your report?
That's true.
For technical review.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
For
that?
technical review.
He has no
One-
peers.
I'm
in the
referring to
super.
once you had finished your written report. Do you recall who you turned that over to?
Yes.
You stated for the jury and for the record.
Kelly Gajewski was my tech reviewer.
Can you
And-
spell that last name for the record?
It's Gajewski, Gajewski.
Thank you.
That's a good Slavic name, I would guess.
And do you know what happened to the written report from that point?
After she reviews it, sent it back for edits, and then I fixed those. It was approved by her. Then it goes to a supervisor for an administrative review.
Fix the edits. What do you mean by fix the edits?
If there's any typos or anything like that, it'll come back. Or if I forgot to initial a page or something like that,
So reviewed
fix
for
those and
accuracy and
send
completeness.
it back to her for approval.
Supervisory control.
Well,
But he
working
probably
with law
thinks it's
enforcement,
evidence tampering.
Which you've stated you've done numerous times. And in regards to written reports, to your knowledge, are you aware of officers taking a creative writing course?
Objection relevance.
It's
Sustained.
it's so irrelevant. He's not engaged in creative writing.
Have you yourself ever taken a creative writing course?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
He's not
Not relevant.
engaged in
Next
creative
question.
writing.
Have you or anyone you know filed a complaint in this matter?
Why?
Would you consider
would
yourself an injured party in this matter?
No.
Ever directly talk to the plaintiff in this matter?
Shut him down.
Don't know how I would.
I mean,
talk to the state of
you want to
Wisconsin.
be out of here before 6.
Can you repeat that? I'm
Don't
sorry.
ask
I do
stupid
not know
questions.
how I would talk to the state of Wisconsin. It's an entity, not a person.
Not a person, right?
He thinks that's his gotcha moment. Ooh, the DNA tech agreed it's an entity, not a person. Which doesn't matter.
No further questions?
And-
Did
and-
you redirect?
Yes.
And yet it
Sir,
shut him
on
down.
page 6 of your report, you
That
were
response shut him down.
identifying for the defendant the
Wow.
some of the single source profiles that you developed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And one of the items you described as items CC4A, CC5A, and CC8A. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Overruled the witness may
Directing
answer.
him
Go ahead.
where to look
Yes,
on
it-
the page.
What do
is
those
not
items
leading.
represent?
Objection leading.
Overrule the witness may answer.
Those are cuttings of the apparent root ends of the hairs that I took off the sweatshirt.
Because the DNA
Yeah,
is
they ask
only
you
in the
about the
root
hairs.
of the hairs.
Objection leading.
Did you? I'm sorry, that was a statement. I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You told Mr. Brooks on cross that you developed a single source profile for those hairs. Is that right?
Objection. I don't
Hair
consider
would
you
only
both
have
and
a
it's
single
leading the
source
witness.
The
profile.
objections are noted. Overruled the witness may answer.
That's correct.
Who was the source of those hairs on that sweatshirt? States exhibit number 84.
Objection speculative.
It's not. He did a
Overruled. Go ahead
scientific
and answer.
analysis of
Darrell
it.
Brooks is the source.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You may
Boom.
step down.
In the words of Von Gall. Boom. Oh.
As much as I would love to have another witness, we're trying to break for the night because it is 5:49. So with that, I will give the instruction that I've been giving every night to the jurors. So please listen. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented. And
I realize we've heard this
Do not
10
discuss
times
this case among
now.
yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the
But
jury room.
I still
This
stick
order
through
is
it
not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also
just in
extends to
case
all
there's
forms of
fireworks.
electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social
Because you
networking
never know
sites to send or receive
when
any
he's going to go
information
off.
about this case or your
And
experience as a
they're not
juror.
off the record
If you come
yet.
in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak
Thanks
with
for
the
hanging
jurors.
out,
Do
Steve.
not listen to any conversation about this case.
I'll tell you
Do
tomorrow
not
morning
research
if you missed any
information
fireworks
that
in
you
the
personally
next
think
couple
might be
minutes.
helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any
Gotta
newspaper
put the Bible on
reports or
top of the
listen to
stack
any news
there.
reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means.
This is
If
the
anyone
problem
does so
with being
despite your
in
telling them
real
not
time.
to, you should report that to
Can't
me.
fast forward
I
this.
appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not.
But
do
at the
so.
very least, they're
This case
discussing
must be
scheduling
decided by
after
you,
the
the
jury's
jurors, based on the
dismissed.
evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to discuss this case and communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror
Thanks for
has
stopping
violated
by.
these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. I'll briefly discuss scheduling with the parties and then let Michael and Jen know when to report tomorrow. Thank you. All rise for the jurors, please.
He looks annoyed.
Yes, we good? Oh, there's the door. Thank you. Be seated. Just briefly as to scheduling tomorrow, since we had a late evening, how about we start at 9 a.m. tomorrow? Any objection from the state?
No.
From Mr. Brooks?
No.
All right, 9 a.m. tomorrow. For scheduling purposes, I'll take up obviously tomorrow morning, whether the state can recall Detective Casey. That would be your last witness.
Yes.
All right, then, sir, you have the
That'll be
option, should you
glorious.
choose, of
It will be glorious.
an opening statement. So you should be prepared for that. And then to call witnesses, I believe you've worked with Attorney Opper. Or do you need a provider with anything regarding that tomorrow? All right, anything else from the state?
No.
I don't have anything at this time, Your Honor. If you excuse us, then I'll make sure I get that paperwork from Mr. Brooks or the defendant, and we'll be ready to go.
All right, anything else from you, sir?
Oh, yeah, we're starting at 8:30, right? Or are we starting at 9 as well?
We're starting at 9.
Okay.
Hooray!
Then Ms. Basie corrected me because we have to discuss Attorney Casey's testimony, but we also anticipate we'll have a motion
Detective
in the morning,
Casey's.
or I can tell you what it is right now, but I know the
Well,
hour's
we can
getting
then, I
late.
mean, if you think it's gonna take some time, then I'll have the jurors come at 9, but I wanna be mindful. I know, Mr. Brooks, we all had a long day. I'll do 8:45, but I'm not gonna do any earlier than that.
I
And
think
what will
that's
the
fair,
motion
Your
be?
Honor. It's a motion to conform the information to fit the evidence.
Oh, all right, I'll take
What
that
is
up.
that?
We'll have it in writing for Mr. Brooks in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be great. All right. Anything else from you, sir?
No, I redid the, it's not the exact order that I'm gonna
Exact.
call the witnesses, but it's pretty much
Who you want, like each time block, morning or afternoon?
exactly.
You'll be ready to
It's
go
just not
tomorrow?
an exact order, like I'm gonna call this person.
I'm not
this
gonna hold you to
person.
that, as long as it's by
So
time blocks, if you wanna
he
call it
actually
that, but
could
you're
have
ready to
Well,
call
I did
witnesses.
it just so I can stay for the record, so it'd be easy to follow.
it
I
doesn't
did the
need to
names
be
by
on
threes.
the record.
I'm guessing the first 3 would be the morning, the next 3 would be the evening, and then Friday, 3 morning, and then 3 evening. Is that fair?
If you think that's
I think so.
the time it's going to
We
take.
may be able to move faster, but we will attempt to stay in contact with the witnesses if we can, bring somebody here sooner, if the court's got time, we'll do that, but that's very reasonable.
And then do you have any idea how long you anticipate your opening will be?
Opening statement?
It'll be rambling.
I don't think it's any way to gauge how long it will be.
Just be mindful,
I
sir,
mean,
it's not
maybe
the
you
time
should
to
have
make argument, opening
written
statements, as I like to
it
call
out,
them, and what the
planned
jury
it
instruction
out.
references, it's the roadmap. So I will expect to hear a lot of the evidence will show, the testimony, things of
Yeah.
that nature.
And
If it turns into
Planning.
argument, that's what happens
Plan
at
it,
the close
so
of the case.
What do you
time
mean by
it.
argument?
If you're trying to argue the evidence and what it means,
No, I'm not trying to argue.
but this will be what, basically to lay out what the defense,
Because
what
he's a
I would
moron.
expect is for you to lay out what the defense or
He's a moron.
defenses that you believe you'll be presenting evidence about will be, to kind of, again,
He's
give
a
the jury a roadmap, an idea of what to expect as we're witnesses come forward. And then at some point, I don't know whether you will make a decision to testify or not, but we do have to have a conversation on the record about that. So if you could just give me an idea, if you are going to testify yourself, if you think that would be at the beginning or at the end, so I can gauge when to have that conversation with you.
I don't know for sure yet at this point.
Fair enough. So
He's
at
gonna
some point, I'll have
testify.
that conversation with you, though.
He's too big
All
a
right.
narcissist.
We'll see
not
everyone
to
at
testify.
8:45 tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. They're in recess.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Oof.
Does have any questions? Can you?
Well, that was a long day. Here, I thought they were going to go off site to view the vehicle. I didn't realize the jail was pretty much on the courthouse site, so they were able to do that all in a half hour. I thought they were taking a field trip to Main Street to the scene. So I thought it was going to be a short day. I was wrong. But yeah, it's his chance to preach, and well, he thinks it's his chance to preach. They'll object real fast. Unless he's burying himself. They'll let him bury himself, but they won't let him preach nonsense. So, with that, I'm tired. I'm going to take off. So, thanks for joining me. See you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one.